Stillman and Company, 102.5, 106.3 The Game, streaming live on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live. We are live from the Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Game National Studios. Fireball Hot Take Friday. Ian is here today. Hello, Ian.
What up, what up?
Bad one for the Predators last night.
Indeed.
Bad one. I mean, bad for the Predators last night. That's where we're starting. You know, I thought about, do we play like a red alert siren to start the show? And then I decided against it because I know that a lot of our audience right now is listening on their car radio. And if you're listening on your radio and all of a sudden you hear sirens going, then you'll be in the car thinking, oh my God, what's going on? Where's the siren? And I don't want to do that to you guys. But if we had a red alert siren, I would say hit it right now, because last night's game for the Nashville Predators was a complete and total thrashing at the hands of the defending Cup champions. Last night was the Harlem Globetrotters versus the Washington Generals. And I hate to say it, but you're the Generals. And this has been kind of the story of this early month-long flux the Predators have been in. After one step forward, and it wasn't really a tangible step forward because they didn't get any points. Like, they didn't win the game against Washington on Wednesday night. They played well. They played hard. It was a close game. It was a competitive game. It was a good game. But they didn't even take a tangible step forward. They didn't even get the game to overtime. They didn't even get a point. So after one not really tangible step forward, it felt like 10 steps back last night against Florida. And it was the last kind of performance that I wanted to see after the Washington game. I heard Adam Vingan say yesterday, he was like, I think a blowout's coming tonight. And for some reason, and I don't know why, I didn't think they'd get blown out. Now, look, I know the back end of a back-to-back is always tough, and I knew that Florida had the week off because they just got back from overseas, and they were at home, and they're very good, and you're struggling, and Scott Wedgwood kind of stinks. And so I knew all of those things were at play, but I wasn't anticipating the absolute ass-kicking that the Nashville Predators took last night. I got in the car last night at about 6:13. Put the game on immediately. And I hear Max announcing a 2-0 lead 5 minutes into the game. Again, the way hockey is, if the game is supposed to be at 6 o'clock, then it's really, Ian, what, 6:07?
Yeah, 6:08, 6:07, 6:08.
Okay. At 6:13 or 6:12 or whatever, I got in the car and heard Max say, and it's 2-0 Florida. And you can hear the goal horn in the background, and I'm like, oh my God. Oh, ugh. And I thought, here we go. Here we go. I watched the rest of the first period. I watched the entire second period, and I was so disgusted after 2 periods last night. And again, it's kind of hard because it's not like Channel 37 and Channel 14. It's like exit the app, sign into the next app to get to Thursday Night Football. I just turned it off, put on Thursday Night Football. I mean, I couldn't watch anymore. And I said this morning on Robbie and Rexroad, I'm like, they packed it in. And Joe was like, you're saying they didn't play hard? That's not what I mean. But what happened when they got down 2-0, and then they got down 3-0, and then I believe it was 3-1, Ian, right? I want to say they showed some grit. Maybe it was 4-0. I can't remember.
I think it was 4-0 and then 4-1.
You could just see. They just heads down, and they're fighting, and I know. It was bad. Again, they went on the road, and it's like, okay, it's time to get going. They have a game where they think they played well. They pat themselves on the back, even though they didn't get a point at Washington, and then they get their rear end spanked. All I see is 0-2-0 on the road trip. They're the worst team in the league right now. I mean, it is what it is. I'm not sugarcoating it. So I put the football game on last night. I was much happier watching that than I was watching the Predators last night. So now what do they do about it? That's the question. Because this is not a good team right now. Barry Trotz has already played his card of threatening the players. Everybody heard it. He said it on this show. The Tennessean wrote an article, then immediately followed up with Trotz, wrote another article. Willie mentioned it on the broadcast. And I asked Hal yesterday when he was on the show, I'm like, I'm sure you guys have heard it. And Hal's like, yeah, everybody heard it. And since Barry Trotz said it, no wins, 2 losses, 0 points. The Fire Andrew Burnett crew on Twitter is starting to get louder and louder. I'm not there yet. But at this point, everything with this team has to be discussed. Everything. And it would be irresponsible not to sit here and bring up every caveat and every possible reason that this could be the way it is. They didn't spend $110 million this offseason to be the worst team in the NHL. And again, when it comes to the coach, you can't fire the players. That's one of the oldest sayings in sports. I can't fire 53 guys. I can fire a coach. So here are the questions. And I'm asking these to you because, again, I have an idea of what I think, and I have an idea of what Barry Trotz has told us and what I think Barry Trotz is willing to do. But I also wonder what you guys want. The first question is this when it comes to the Predators and where they sit right now. How much longer do you let this go on, waiting for the team to turn the corner? I remember last year, Trotz kept sitting down with us, right around that trade deadline buffer period, and he was talking about how they didn't know if they'd be buyers or sellers. There were rumors out there about them talking UC Soros trades, and Trotz said, hey, I think it could go either way, and I think the next 6 or 7 games will tell us which way, and then they hit that road trip and had that point streak, and they were buyers, and it made sense. So I ask this, how much longer do we wait for the Predators to, in theory, turn the corner? Sean Henry was on today, and he was talking to Chase and Big Joe, and he's like, hey, nobody's as frustrated as we are. Nobody's trying harder than we are. We believe in Burnett and Trotz, and that's true. And I believe in them too right now. But I have to ask, how much longer do you let this go on before saying, okay, it's time to do something different? Barry said start the rebuild process on Tuesday. There's thoughts about firing the coach, which again is always a part of the equation in the NHL. I am committed to waiting this thing out through U.S. Thanksgiving, which will include their long road trip that is upcoming. But by then, it could be too late. Hal, again, was on our show yesterday, and I asked Hal, I said, you've ever been on a team that dug such a deep hole and was able to get, and Hal told a story about when he played in Toronto about how they had a team that stunk it up at the beginning of the year, and they ended up not making the playoffs on, I believe, a shootout a shootout in the last game of the year, didn't make the playoffs. And Hal was like, I think if this team had made the playoffs, we could have been dangerous. And I'm like, could that have been you? Could that be you? Where you all of a sudden think that you've got a shot in March and April, you get red hot, but you end up not making the playoffs because you screwed around in November. So that's the first question. How long do you let this go before you play a card? Number 2, is it time to make the move to Milwaukee and bring up Joachim Kimmel or bring up Reed Schaefer or bring up Ozzy Weisblatt and see if that changes the room? And I think you're probably going to have to, if you want to shake up the room, you're probably going to have to call up 2 or 3 guys. The problem is that outside of those 3, there's not a ton of guys down in Milwaukee that I'm like, yeah, I'd like to see that guy come up. I think the defensemen for the Predators have been atrocious. And yet there's nobody down there who could bring up Willsby, bring up, they've got Delgado in there. He stinks. He stinks. So, and then the question too is, do you bring up a guy like Kimmel and does that affect his development, sticking him in the NHL? And then 3, if that doesn't work, if you decide, okay, it's time to start making some changes, we're going down to Milwaukee, we're bringing guys up, we're going to shake up the room, if that doesn't work, then do you fire the coach? Those are the questions. And again, I think everything should be on the table. At least everything to be discussed. The way I view this show is it's like we're sitting around the table just like they are. Their conversations are in private, ours are in public. But I can't imagine that they're not having these similar conversations. Now, I'm going to tell you this about Barry Trotz. I don't think when we talk about being patient, waiting this thing out, seeing how long this is, Barry's probably going to be more patient than I would be, and he's probably going to be more patient than you would be. But that doesn't necessarily mean that that's right either. So what do? Do you wait? Do you say, okay, we're waiting until U.S. Thanksgiving, and then at U.S. Thanksgiving, we're calling the kids up? Or we're going to call up the kids right now, see what happens, and then if things haven't changed by U.S. Thanksgiving, we're going to fire the coach? Or whatever. Because there's no way to sugarcoat what has happened this week to the Predators. Given where they found themselves, going on the road, knowing that they had to play better, knowing that they had to get themselves some points, and walking away with nothing. They knew what the expectations were this season. They had them themselves. And they know that being the worst team in the league on November 8th is completely and totally unacceptable. And when that happens, that's when we have to start having the discussions. 615-737-1025, which is our phone number, 615-737-1025. We will get to your phones today. And then, again, I hate doing this. Well, they're never going to do that. And then just dismissing something that they should do just because they won't do it. But I do have thoughts. A lot of people, I haven't looked at the text line, but I have seen it on Twitter. A lot of people are going to be calling about the coach. What do we make of that? We'll do it next. Stillman & Company, 102.5 The Game.
Sam Reinhart enters with speed, drives to the right, trying to wrap it around, and he scores. Sam Reinhart caught Scott Wedgwood leaning. Tkachuk the other way. Could be a 2-on-1 with Verhaeghe. Tkachuk to the middle, broken up by Shea, and the rebound's in for Matthew Tkachuk. Behind the net, Rodriguez right goal line, shoots and scores. Preds trail 3-0, 1:56 into the second. 36 seconds left to kill. Bad pass Barkov. Balinskis recovers in front. Backhand shot and a goal for Verhaeghe. With Wedgwood scrambling to his right, having to come back to his left and a bouncing puck. Tkachuk to Verhaeghe. Could be a 2-on-2 with Barkov. Back to Verhaeghe, left side, and he buries it. 5-1 Panthers in the final minute of the second. Pass in front. Schmidt to the middle. Nosek ushers it into the open cage.
Sounds like the Florida Panthers need to get their internet checked out. Sounds like the Nashville Predators need to get their defense checked out. Again, just a butt kicking last night. So I see people have loaded up the text line on this. You know, the Predators go on the road. They play, again, one of their better games. They kept saying, we really liked the way we played. It just didn't get a point against Washington on Wednesday night. Okay, but, you got to start getting some points. And then they get spanked. And it's like, there's no way to put lipstick on that pig. Not for me. And now we got to start talking about the seriousness of all this. So a lot of people on Twitter, and again, this is hockey. And hockey is the number one fire the coach sport, I think, in all of our major American sports. Ian, wouldn't you say that that's probably fair?
Yeah, probably. I don't know. NBA? Like what's the NBA? How are they with the firing the coach?
So the NBA is weird because, number one, I don't think the coach does anything in the NBA. But in the NBA, it's all about whether or not the star player likes the coach. It's almost never about winning and losing. Doug Collins got the Bulls to Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Final, and they fired him for Phil Jackson. I mean, LeBron got David Blatt fired in the middle of the season. They went to they were the defending Eastern Conference champion. They went to the final the next year. So I think basketball is more just about whether or not the star players like the coach, and if the star player will re-sign with the team because of I don't know. Baseball, they fire the manager, but football, they're getting a little quicker. But hockey's the sport where it's like, we're going to shake up the room, we're going to fire the coach, and we're going to go in a different direction. And so a lot of Predators fans are looking at the expectations, and they're looking at Andrew Burnett, and they're saying, I think it's time to fire the coach. In fact, Edmonton last year, I think similar time of the year, fired their coach. They ended up in Game 7 of the Cup final. Let me state for the record, I am not one of the people that is saying that it is time to fire the coach. I'm not. But when it comes to that discussion, I'm not going to rule it out. I'm not going to not have it just because I'm not interested in firing the coach. But I have two separate thoughts that I think are kind of equal in terms of their importance, but they're completely independent of one another that I want to address. Number one, last night was the first night this season in which has been a total train wreck of a season for the Predators. The first month has been a disaster. But last night was the first time where I thought a performance of this team was a bad reflection of the coach. Where, again, given where they sat in the standings, given the fact that they didn't get a point on Wednesday night, and they came out and just got their tushy spanked, I'm like, that's a bad reflection of the coach. That is a bad reflection of Andrew Burnett having these guys ready to go. Having these guys flushing the disappointment of what happened at Washington, having their focus on what it would take to go toe-to-toe with the defending Cup champions, and they just didn't show up. I mean, again, after the Washington game, Andrew Burnett was probably the most positive I've heard him this year. And then they start the game, and it's, boom, 2-0 before you can blink. The Predators never made it a competitive game last night. They completely folded, and given where they are, I just thought that last night was a bad reflection of the coach. The second thought, which again is independent from the first thought, Barry Trotz is not firing Andrew Burnett. I just want you guys to know this. Barry Trotz is not firing Andrew Burnett until he absolutely has to. And I don't have any sourcing on that other than I'm just telling you, I know how Barry Trotz operates. The Nashville Predators are not the Pittsburgh Steelers. You know, the Steelers, it is their brand that they don't fire coaches. That they don't, we mutually decided to part, or I mean, I think they want Mike Tomlin to retire a Steeler. And then they'll hire the next guy, and they'll give him every chance in the world that another NFL team wouldn't, because that's their brand. They're proud of it. The Predators aren't that way because they will fire a coach, but they don't want to. And think about how long of a leash Barry got over the years, and for good reason. And Barry was a great coach, but for good reason. And in a league where the coach very rarely gets the benefit of the doubt, I can promise you Barry Trotz is going to give the coach the benefit of the doubt. Barry Trotz was a coach, and I don't think Barry is ever going to pull the plug on anything too quickly. I think Barry's the kind of guy who he's going to make sure he knows it's not working before he pulls the plug. But then once he knows it's not working, he will pull the plug. It's like Corey Curtis said when he got rid of Matt Duchene. Corey said, look, Barry Trotz had his players' backs, and he took care of them when he was the coach. But if he didn't think you belonged, you weren't here very long. Now, that doesn't mean that talking about the coach should be off limits, because Barry won't do it. Because I don't believe in that. You know, there have been times where I'm like, the Titans should do this. People are like, they're not going to do that. Well, okay, but it doesn't mean they shouldn't do it. So if you think they should fire Andrew Burnett, and everything should be on the table right now because of how bad the start of this season has been, if you think that's the case, I'm not going to say it's crazy to bring that up. I wouldn't do it, and I'm telling you Barry won't do it, but that doesn't mean that it's off limits to talk about. But I'm just telling you, he's not going to do it. So those are the two thoughts. Well, really three. Number one, I'm not interested in firing Burnett yet. And I will not consider, like if I owned this team or I was the general manager, whatever, I would not be considering anything until U.S. Thanksgiving. That's just me. The second thought is I thought last night was a poor reflection of the coach. And the third thing is Barry's not going to do it. Like he's not going to fire this coach. So you guys can sit there and say, oh no, Jared, one texter texts in, and our phone line is by WilsonCountyHunter.com. To me, Thanksgiving is too far to wait. Said by the time you get to Thanksgiving, the only thing left to play for the Predators might be the odds of the top pick. And I'm like, look, I get it, but I'm going to wait till Thanksgiving. And if I'm going to wait till Thanksgiving, I've got a pretty good idea. Trotz is going to wait till Thanksgiving. Some guy texted our show and then texted the midday show, the same thing, like a couple weeks later, that was like, Jared will learn patience when Jared has a kid. And I'm like, no, I mean, I understand patience. My thing with sports and really business in general is once you know something's not going to work, and the key word there is no. Once you know something is not going to work, then make the move. But I'm not convinced that I know Andrew Burnett can't work. I'm not happy with what I'm seeing right now. But I am not convinced that Andrew Burnett can't coach. The guy's won a President's Trophy and he was a finalist for the Jack Adams Award. Again, I don't know Andrew Burnett that well, but I know him well enough. Andrew Burnett's not a bull crapper. He knows hockey. He's a good coach. So at least for me, there would be nothing until Thanksgiving, period. And that would include that big, long road trip that they're about to embark on after Saturday night's game. 615-737-1025, your phones. Coming up on a Fireball Hot Take Friday. Again, that's 615-737-1025. And there is one thing that Barry Trotz, I would love to know if he sold this to ownership. We'll get to that. Be sure to tune into 94.9 The Fan this weekend. This Saturday, 6:30 for our college football game of the week, Alabama and LSU, presented by Twin Peaks. Take your tailgate to Twin Peaks, home of 29-degree drafts and wall-to-wall sports. And tune into 94.9 The Fan this Saturday for Vandy football. The Commodores will take on South Carolina with pregame beginning at 1:30 and kickoff at 3:15. Coverage is also available on the 94.9 The Fan app and at thegamenashville.com. And tune into 93.3 Totally Hits Nashville this Saturday for MTSU football. Talk about a triple header of games. Woo! The Blue Raiders take on Liberty at home. Pregame at 10:30, kickoff at noon. MTSU football coverage on 93.3 Totally Hits Nashville is presented by Sloan's Motorcycle ATV. Got to tell you about Window Nation. That's right. If you are thinking about replacing your windows, and if it's something you're thinking about, you probably think about it a lot because you probably look at your windows a lot. I am here to tell you about Window Nation. I had Window Nation come out to my home, and they are the most honest company I have ever worked with. And that's why I can tell you that I trust them, and you should too. And the experts for Window Nation say heating costs are increasing up to 23% this winter. And if your windows aren't from Window Nation, your money is literally going out of the window. They have some of the best insulated windows so that heat stays inside. That's what you want. And right now, get these amazing windows at 50% off. Plus, you could save even more money with 0% interest for 5 years. So hurry up because the sale ends November 30th. So schedule your fast in-home estimate right now by calling 866-90NATION or by visiting windownation.com. That's 50% off and no 0% interest for 5 years. There you go. 866-90NATION, windownation.com. So where are you on the philosophy of that and looking at the coach and evaluating that as the season has started unexpectedly?
Well, I think number one, I look at it as two things. If you fire your coach every time your team stumbles, then you're enabling. You're not getting better. I mean, I think you have to work through things together to get, if you go through hard times together, you come out on the other side and much better. And that applies to not only the game of hockey or any sport, but it applies to life. If every time it gets hard and you want to change venues or you want to put blame on someone, then you're never going to get any better. You're never going to win anything. So I'm a big believer is that you go in there, you fix it inside, you get through those hard times together, and you become galvanized. And what it does is when you do that, it does galvanize you, and then you can do something special. When it got really tough last year and the guys were looking for the easy way out, we held them accountable and said, listen, no, this is not happening. This is not acceptable. So, for me, that's not even a thought right now, because I think the enabling is, every time the fans, media, all that, as soon as a team goes through a rough patch, it's so let's just fire the coach. Why don't we just work together and become better as a group?
That was Barry Trotz a couple of weeks ago, and I don't think anything has changed that sentiment from Barry Trotz, even the loss last night against Florida, which was, if you want to say it was a measuring stick because they're the defending Cup champions, if you want to say it was just you didn't show up, if you want to say that it was hey, when you're not rested and at your best or with Saros in there, that you could say whatever you want. There's no way to sugarcoat what happened last night. But again, I'm telling you, Trotz is not going to fire the coach. Willie sent me a text about Andrew Burnett, and Willie said in there, he goes, Burnett has been a head coach for 2 seasons for 2 different teams and has been a Jack Adams nominee both those seasons. The season in between, the Devils ran his system and had their best season in 12 years and dipped last year when he left. He deserves and will get ample time to figure this out. They went 5-10 at the start of last season with the fans calling for his head then. And I texted Willie back and I said, the expectations last year were totally different than the expectations this year. Like, remember last year, Ian, the phrase embrace the tank?
Yeah, I guess so.
I was saying, hey,
forgot about that.
Barry Trotz is saying that, hey, this might be a tough season, fans. Be calm, be patient. And they started off, to Willie's point, 5-10. And I'm sitting here hearing about Macklin Celebrini. And I'm like, babe, embrace the tank, babe. That's the only way you get Macklin Celebrini is you stink. That's it. And then all of a sudden they got good. And I enjoyed every second of it. Calling for Burnett's head? No, I don't think anybody was doing that. The expectations are different this year. But let me say this to Willie's text. I agree with Willie. I agree with Willie. I think Andrew Burnett is a good coach. And I think Andrew Burnett deserves the chance to work his way out of this. And I'm not even thinking about major changes until we get to Thanksgiving. And we're still, 3 weeks away? 2.5 weeks away? Would it be 3 weeks yesterday? So I'm not even totally there. One texter says, the Preds gave Stamkos all that money, and he hasn't done anything. In Tampa, he had Point and Kucherov with him, and the Predators don't have players like that he can feed off of, especially on the power play. Now, Stamkos had a goal the other night. I do hope Burnett keeps him up there with O'Reilly and Forsberg, because while they're not Point and Kucherov, they're the closest thing that you have to that. And I hope he does keep him up there with that. Stamkos isn't my problem, guys. My problem is the defense. Brady Shea stinks right now. And that was a guy who was a bona fide number 1 defense pair guy in Carolina.
It's taking him some time to adjust.
It is. And Hal said that it was man-to-man in Carolina, and it's not the same system here, and that probably makes sense. Yossi stunk at the beginning of last year,
It took him time too, yeah.
Remember when I was like, he stinks, and Willie and Chris Mason, everybody, he doesn't stink, you're a hater, you know. Then he started playing well. Like, we told you he didn't stink. I said he did stink. He's playing better now.
It's just adjusting to new, expectations as a player and stuff.
Okay, what about Carey and Lausanne? Because they stink.
As far as what you're asked to do. They do. That does seem like they've kind of reverted back. I don't know if last year was.
We did not like them.
Last year was the anomaly, or I don't know. I can't tell you what's going on with that, but.
One texter says online rumor mill. By the way, Delgado stinks. Shen, he's just too old. Fabro stinks. Am I leaving anybody out on defense?
That's all of them.
It's and Stasny, who knows where he is. One texter says online rumor mill is that Trotz will move himself down to the bench. No shot. No shot. Barry Trotz is moving behind the bench. Look, do I think Barry Trotz can still coach? Obviously. But I don't think he's doing the whole Pat Riley thing. Was it Riley fired Stan Van Gundy, hop behind the bench, and Miami won the championship with Dwayne Wade and Shaq?
I guess that sounds right.
I don't think that Barry Trotz is doing that. And again, I've never asked Barry Trotz, hey, would you fire Burnett and make yourself the coach? I've never asked that. But did you just hear the last cut we played? Plus, I think Barry Trotz likes being GM. And I know things aren't working out well right now, but I think Barry Trotz is pretty good at it. I think he's very good at articulating a message and sending it through not only the entire organization, but the fan base. I think he's good at being accountable. Now, we'll see with these young guys they've drafted, the Surins and the Stigas and the David Edstrom that they traded for and Andrew Gibson. And we'll see if those guys are any good and he can evaluate young players. But even what Barry said on the program that I think kind of got lost in translation with all the other stuff, Barry said on Tuesday that, hey, I tried to buy time for our rebuild by bringing in Stamkos, Marchessault, and Brady Shea. That I tried to, basically what I interpreted that as was I'm trying to give you guys something and trying to give the organization something that we can watch at the NHL level, be excited about, have a chance to compete with. And so I'm going to spend the money to give us, but really the big key for the organization is developing Kimmel and Matthew Wood and Tanner Mullendijk and Surin and Stiga and the Johnny and Joey and all these 17-year-olds in Saskatoon. That's the Halifax. They're playing for the Moosehead. That's what I think he was kind of getting at. And when you think about what they did this offseason, they didn't trade away first-round picks. They didn't do it at the deadline last year. They didn't call up it. They weren't trading away first-round picks. They weren't trading away second-round picks. They weren't trading away high-end prospects except for Askarov, which, again, was a choice they had to make one way or another. That being said,
I want Lankinen back.
Dude, I think Wedgwood stinks. And look, you could have put Lankinen back there last night. Not sure it would have made a difference. But every time I watch this Wedgwood play, I'm like, this guy sucks.
Bring back Lanky in the pipe.
If I had to really criticize Trotz, that would be the one thing that I would say.
The backup goalie thing hasn't started out right.
Did you have to jump out? And Barry told us on the show, he said that they made an offer to Lankinen, and Lankinen said, I want to find somewhere I can start, and they turned it down. And so once they turned it down, it was like, okay, we have to pivot another direction because we don't want to be caught with our pants down without a backup goalie. And I think the whole plan was he was going to trade Askarov at some point anyways, so he needed a backup goalie. And so it was like, well, again, don't want to be caught with no backup goalie, so I'll just go sign Wedgwood for, he was okay, and I'll get them. And then the way it shook out, there was no market for Lankinen. Lankinen would have come back on Wedgwood's deal after he realized there was no market for him. That's the one where I'm like, ooh, that might have been a little too rich for my blood. That one was tough for me. 615-737-1025. One texter says, I think that red hot run from last year was a little bit of fool's gold for this year. Even with the free agent signings, the bottom line have been bad, and this team is slow with a capital S. You know what I was thinking about? Somebody else says, what does Barry Trotz think the solution is? Let me say this. Do you remember what happened to you? Everybody talks about the canceling of the U2 trip, and that might have been what set them on that road trip.
Yeah, they got blown
But
out.
do you know what happened at the very beginning of that road trip? Nobody talks about this, but I think it should be noted.
Yes, I believe you wrote them off or something like that.
No, I didn't write them off before that road trip. I went to St. Louis with the team.
Oh, that's right.
And my theory is, and I'm the only one that has this theory.
I knew it was some way you made that happen in some way. I couldn't remember
They
exactly
got on that
how.
plane, and they saw me on that plane, and they were like, oh, boy, we're in trouble. Because they got spanked 9-2 the night before against Dallas. I remember sitting there in the seats with my, one of my best friends from high school. We go to all the games and stuff again. And I had my head in my hands, and I was shaking my head. I could not believe it. And I'm like, well, I'm with the team tomorrow. And I was great. I kind of hung out in the back around, Chris Mason and Hal and Willie. And so go to St. Louis. And I remember being like, why are we flying back here when the team was? And they were like, hey, they're supposed to go to Vegas, but Trotz got mad, so they're not going. I was like, hey, that's a big cojones move right there. Check mark. I liked it. But again, I said those guys got on that plane, saw me on there, was like, time for us to get our act together. And they did. So maybe I need to go to Denver on Sunday with the team and then fly back home. They can keep going out west, but I'm not.
I was going to say, you're not going to hop on the rest of the trip.
No. It'll be just like last time. I'll do the one leg and then I'm coming home. I'm not. I'll fly a Southwest flight back. But maybe that's what again, I'm just throwing out suggestions to try to help the team out. Wow. Keyser says that Lankinen is 7-0-2 with the Canucks.
I haven't really been keeping up with Vancouver and Lanky in general, but yeah.
Again, if I had to criticize Trotz for anything, I don't have a problem with how the Askarov thing went down. It was what it was. And I think, again, you don't get Saros at 7.74. Now, that still may be an overpay. But you don't get him at 7.74 if you don't have the leverage of the kid behind him. So I think that Askarov had to be on the team when they did the Saros deal in order to keep the Saros number low. So I don't have a problem with that. Don't have a problem with Stamkos. Don't have a problem with Marchessault. Don't have a problem with Brady Shea. Don't have a problem with any of those moves. The two moves that I'm like, one, Tommy Novak. If Elliot Friedman was telling the truth, and I'm not sure that this was actually true, I'm sure he was reporting what he heard, but I'm not thinking this was true. If they were saying a first-round pick might have been on the table for Novak, that is something. And then the backup goalie situation. Those are the two with Trotz, and I'm like, not sure I like that. 615-737-1025. There is a little nugget from the Titans that it's not sitting well with me at all, which we'll get to. And I have a theory. Ian, you know you love when I have theories. I have a theory about Brian Callahan and maybe some problems he's having. We'll do that next. Stillman & Company, 102.5 The Game. TD, did the Titans get fleeced by the Chiefs, not only on the DeAndre Hopkins trade, but on the L'Jarius Sneed trade?
No, I don't think they got fleeced at all. I mean, you look, L'Jarius Sneed at the time of the trade was a legit top 5 cornerback, and we know the amount of value that position has. So, no, I don't think they got fleeced. And this injury, it's a quad injury. Like, it's not related to the knee. He took a helmet to the quad. There were some things when they did the MRI that came out that a little bit deeper than they thought, and it's totally unrelated and unpredictable.
That was TD yesterday talking about the L'Jarius Sneed injury. L'Jarius Sneed is out for Sunday's game against the Chargers. This will be L'Jarius Sneed's 4th game that he will have missed for the Titans. Boy, remember how when we were talking about, I don't know about L'Jarius Sneed, the rest of the teams in the league are not, they are skeptical about L'Jarius Sneed's health. And it was like, he played all the games, Jared. And now here you are, 4 weeks in a row of no L'Jarius Sneed. So now he's missed a month with a quad injury. And as TD said, it was a helmet to the quad. They did the MRI. The MRI said it was worse than they initially thought. And so that's why he's out for a month. Like, what quad injury can you suffer with a helmet to the quad that keeps you out for a month, but isn't something in which you'd have to go on IR or out for the season? Again, somebody said on Robbie and Rexro this morning, it could be compartment syndrome. You'd go on IR with that. It could be a hematoma. Again, I only know what that is from Law and Order, and I would guess that you would go on IR with that. And by the way, the helmet to the knee that Sneed suffered, that everybody's talking about from the Indy game, Sneed played 99% of the snaps in the Indy game and made a tackle on the last play. And on the last play that he made the tackle of, the last defensive snap that the Titans played, Sneed was in, and he made a running stop on a tackle. It was his helmet that hit their quad. Wasn't the guy's helmet that hit his quad. I literally just went and pulled up the film, the sideline cam, and I watched them run the ball to the right side, and Sneed came up and tackled the guy, and he hit him with his helmet right in his quad. So how could that helmet to the quad have been so bad that he's out for a month, but not so bad that he didn't have to leave the game? And I understand the idea of, well, if it's a big bruise, right? Well, hey, he played through it, but then once that thing really started to swell up, like, it was a huge problem. For a month. So it's not a torn quad. It's not something he's gone on IR for. And yet he played 99% of the snaps in the Indy game. Something smells fishy here. And I don't know what it is. But I'm going to tell you, I don't buy this crap. I do not buy that L'Jarius Sneed took a helmet to the quad against the Colts, and then all of a sudden, after he took the helmet to the quad against the Colts, that they did an MRI, and the MRI said, whoa, that's bad, and yet he hasn't gone on IR, and he's missed a month. If it was that bad when they did the MRI, then why didn't he go on IR? And I'm going to tell you what I think it is. This is just me. I think it's the knees. And I think that everybody's decided, we're going to say it's a quad because, Ian, what's the closest thing to the knee?
Maybe is it the quad or the calf? Maybe the calf. Calf could be closer, you could argue.
I would argue it's either the quad or the shin.
Or the hammy.
But the hammy's on the other side.
It's the backside.
The quad's right above the knee.
I feel like what's that old hip bone connected to the shin bone? That old song.
Let me just say this. What would be happening on the Stillman and Company program if for the last 4 weeks L'Jarius Sneed was out with a knee injury? Oh, we'd be yelling and screaming.
Titans fans, I'm here to tell you that you don't have anything to worry about from the L'Jarius Sneed knee.
But you got everything apparently to worry about from the quad. But it's not a torn quad, because if it was a torn quad, he'd be out for the year. I don't think it's compartment syndrome because he'd be on IR. I don't think it's a hematoma because, again, I think that he'd be on IR. Again, I'm not saying it's the knee. I think that's what it is. I don't think it's a quad. Bull crap. I call bull crap on that. I think that is ridiculous. And again, everybody else is just like, yeah, it's a quad, I guess. Yeah, I took a helmet to the quad, and so it's really bad, and they thought it wasn't that bad, but they did an MRI, and it was worse than they thought. And if it was that bad, why didn't he come out of the Indy game? He played 99% of the defensive snaps. He made the last tackle on a defensive snap. And again, it wasn't that guy's helmet that hit his quad. It was his helmet that hit that guy's quad. Am I crazy? Because, again, I don't think any of this adds up.
It does seem a bit extreme. I mean, sure, quad injuries can be bad, and you can miss a couple of weeks, but to not even have any practice yet and this whole time.
No talk of it. Just like, yeah, Snead's still out. With a quad? Again, depending upon the injury and what it is, my expectation, I'm a little surprised Tajay Spears is going to play this week because, again, a hamstring for a guy who's fast, that usually takes a long time. But Snead, I mean, come on. But I was wrong about the Levis thing, so maybe I'm wrong about this, but I'm not buying it. 615-737-1025, which is our phone number, 615-737-1025. Here on the program. Somebody said that the midday show called me out saying it's a Jared conspiracy. Yeah. Okay. I'm sure. The midday show thinks the Titans are right about everything. Thinks they're always right. Every pick was a good pick. Every signing was a good signing. Every little thing is, trust me, I love them, but come on now. Coming up next, there's one thing I realized about the Titans watching Thursday Night Football last night. And we'll do it next. Stillman and Company, 102.5 The Game. Stillman and Company, 102.5, 106.3 The Game, streaming live on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook live from the Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Game Nashville Studios. Fireball Hot Take Friday. Who watched Thursday Night Football last night? Ian, did you watch Thursday Night Football last night?
For the most part, yeah.
Can I be honest with you?
Sure.
I fell asleep at the end. So when
Yeah.
Cincinnati didn't get it on the 4th down or whatever, I wasn't trying to fall asleep. I just fell asleep.
Mm-hmm.
And so when I woke up and saw that it was a 1-point game and it was a 2-point conversion, I was like, what? Like at 1 a.m, I woke up and I saw that I was like, oh, I missed it.
Well,
so I had to go back and watch.
There was
the
a
end of the
lot
game.
going on in the second half, and it was back and forth. And I was doing some stuff in the kitchen, and I kept looking up, and I was like, wait a minute. I thought Baltimore just had the ball. No, wait a minute. I thought Cincinnati just had the ball. I was like, what is going on? And everyone kept scoring and turning it over. It was wild.
So my girlfriend, this is, she's Canadian. So we're learning football. And she got goaded into playing fantasy football this year. And I'm like, look, like I hate fantasy football. I don't play it. Ian loves fantasy football.
Does she have Jamar Chase?
She didn't have Jamar Chase. She had Burrow and Henry.
Oh, okay.
So we're watching the game, and when Burrow's throwing it, early on, Burrow had a touchdown, and Henry, was running okay. And so she was excited about that. And so she was like, they're not scoring a lot. I said, it's the first half. I said, these things usually pick up in the second half. And that's when Burrow kept it. She was going crazy. And when Lamar went out at the 1, I was like, okay, this is really good because they're going to hand it to Derrick Henry. He's going to score a touchdown on the next play. And that's what ended up happening. But there was something that hit me last night. Watching the game and watching Joe Burrow. And if you know me, you know that I love Joe Burrow. That I look, Mahomes is the best quarterback in the league. Lamar is playing at a level that I've never seen Lamar play at. And I got to tip my cap to Lamar. Because I've said the biggest thing that I think is an impediment for the Ravens in the playoffs is, can Lamar come back in a game where they're down against a Burrow and Allen and Mahomes, that kind of player? And last night they did. So I got to give him credit there. But I love Joe Burrow. If I had my choice of any quarterback, it'd be Joe Burrow. I love him. I think Joe Burrow is as cool as they come. I think that he just has this sixth sense for everything around him. I think he's such an accurate passer. Weather doesn't bother him. The situation doesn't bother him. Having no offensive line doesn't bother him. He's like Joe Montana meet John Elway. I love him. And I think he's the coach of that team too, by the way. And it hit me watching Joe Burrow last night. Because remember, Joe last year was hurt all last year, so that was kind of a wash. So it's been about a year since we've seen the true Joe. Brian Callahan, no matter how much he knows Will Levis isn't Joe Burrow, I'm not sure he truly understood the difference until he felt it in the games. I watched Joe Burrow last night. And again, you all know that I love Joe Burrow. But he was out there against the Ravens pass rush, and the Ravens pass rush every year has these random guys with 11 sacks. Last year it was Clowney. This year it's Kyle Van Noy. They've got Matabike up in there. They blitz all the time. And Joe has no tackles. I'm watching early in the game, and I see Cody Ford. I see this big old fat guy out there at left tackle, and I'm like, Cody Ford, isn't he a guard? But because their left tackle Orlando Brown Jr. is out, they've taken Cody Ford, stuck him at guard, and he looked like a big old fat guard playing tackle. Then Amarius Mims, the right tackle, the first-round pick out of Georgia, he left the game. So Joe Burrow's got no tackles going against the Ravens. And how many times last night did Joe just slip away from pressure or slide away from it? There was one where he got away and he threw the ball just a little bit over Chase's head. And if he had hit Chase, he'd have turned around and run 55 yards for another touchdown. I mean, the only way to beat him in the end is to commit 3 penalties, hit him in the face mask, hold the receiver, and still you're 1 point away from losing to Joe Burrow. And while I think Brian Callahan knew Will Levis is not going to throw the ball 450 yards every game, we're going to have to run the ball a little more with Will Levis than we'd have to with Joe Burrow. He probably thinks the things that they taught Joe Burrow in Cincinnati, he could teach Will Levis. He probably sat down with Will Levis and saw the passion that Levis had for football and saw that he can communicate something to Levis and Levis can communicate it back to him. And it probably gave him this false sense of, you know, there are some things in Will that I remember in a young Joe Burrow. The problem is Joe Burrow is one of one. Joe Burrow is that dude. Again, Will Levis, we were hoping for a lot of things out of him, but a mix between a mix between Elway and Montana is probably not what we thought Will Levis was going to be. I mean, I'm just saying. That's what Joe Burrow is. And so it reminds me of something Floyd told me years ago. Floyd drafted Eddie George in the first round of 96. Floyd became the GM in 94 and drafted Eddie George in 96. And even when Eddie slowed up at the end, Eddie George didn't miss games. Eddie played every game, including his last game with the Titans when I think he separated his shoulder in the wild card playoff against Baltimore, came back, won the game, and then played the next week against New England. I remember watching the Jeff Fisher coaches show before that New England playoff game, and McNair and George were questionable because they had injuries, and Belichick was at the podium, and he was like, they're going to play. Those guys always play. They're going to play. The next year, after Eddie George left, Chris Brown was the running back. Chris Brown ran for 1,000 yards. But Chris Brown's biggest problem was Chris Brown got hurt. And Floyd told me that when they came up to him the morning of the game and said, yeah, the running back can't go, he said, the running back can't go? What? He can't play? Because he was accustomed to Eddie George, who played every single game no matter what. And Floyd probably knew that Chris Brown wasn't Eddie George. But when you're used to it and you see some similarities, it's like that's what you just come to expect. And I think what happened was Brian Callahan probably thought these are the things we worked on with Joe, and it worked. And these are the things we're working on with Will, and he seems smart, so it should work. And then all of a sudden they get out there on the field, and here's Levis flipping the ball to the other team, something that Joe Burrow would never do. The problem is Joe Burrow is one of one. Joe Burrow won a national championship at LSU. He was the coach of that team. Ed Orgeron wasn't the coach. And I'm convinced watching the Bengals, watch these Joe Burrow press conferences. I think Joe Burrow's the coach of that team. They haven't gotten him an offensive line. He's running for his life. He's always injured. I think Joe Burrow's the coach of that team. And I just think that what Brian Callahan's expectation for what the quarterback was going to be, and again, the other guys he's been around, Manning, Stafford, now Derek Carr, he stinks, so there is that. But I just think, and I think those guys in Cincinnati probably think that they had a big say in Burrow's development. And I think just like Jim Morris Sr. coaching Peyton Manning, I could have coached Peyton Manning, and Peyton would have found a way to be great. I could have coached Joe Burrow, and Joe Burrow would have found a way to be great. And the reason I know that is because when I was coaching Joe Burrow, he was out there, he was Ed Orgeron told a story on Colin Cowherd's podcast in which he said that when Joe Burrow came on a recruiting visit, Burrow went up to him, and this is what Ed Orgeron said. He goes, he came up to him and said, I don't want to do any of the recruiting stuff. I just want to eat crawfish, and I want to watch film. So we got in the room, and there were about 6 or 7 of us in there, and about 5 minutes, everybody knew Joe Burrow was the smartest one in the room. Go Tigers. So if you can win with that, you can win with anybody coaching you. And I think that's something Brian Callahan, he knew, but he didn't know. Corey Curtis, News 2, joins us next. Stillman and Company, Fireball Hot Take Friday, 102.5 The Game. Join us for the award-winning pregame show on Sunday. That's right, 9:30 to 11:30. Me, Chris Sanders, and D. Mace will be live at Twin Peaks in Cool Springs. Again, that is 9:30. I know it's a late game, but we're just going to keep it the same time we always keep it, 9:30 to 11:30 for the award-winning pregame show presented by Parman Tractor and Equipment, Sundeck Nashville, Sloan's Motorcycle ATV, and award-winning Blue Note Juke Joint and Blue Note Crossroads Bourbon. Corey Curtis joins us now. News 2 on the program. Will Levis will play, according to Brian Callahan, on Sunday against the Chargers. So I'm going to ask you this question, Corey.
Yeah.
What is your expectation for Levis? Not what do you hope? Not what would be good? Not what is your expectation to see out of Will Levis now that the shoulder is healthy, no excuse there, and he's had 3 weeks off to watch Mason Rudolph?
Well, I mean, when they talked to Nick Holtz yesterday, and they said, what would happen with the offense? And, they talked about the changes that they've made to the offense and that those changes would continue. So I expect them, look, how many screens did we see last week? I think you had the one little outlet there to Boyd on a third and short that was kind of a flanker screen. But, they seem to have abandoned the 900 screens a game, which I'm all in favor of. So I'm hoping to see them run the football and go play action to push the ball down the field some. I don't expect him to throw the ball over 30 times in this game. And that would be with Rudolph or with Levis. So, I expect them to run the ball and then take some shots. And I think I expect him to be slowed down a little bit. And by slowed down, I mean like the game slowed down a little bit for him. I expect him to be a little bit calmer. That might be wishful thinking. I don't know. I just feel like the time away and everything, and like you said, the watching, that I would think things might look a little bit slower for him.
Corey, what do we make of the fact that Elijah Molden's on the Chargers and he has 3 interceptions? Christian Fulton is on the Chargers. His Pro Football Focus grade is like 79. And apparently he's playing his rear end off over there in LA.
Is he
now
healthy?
He's questionable for the game with a hamstring. So who knows? I think he started 7 of their 8 games. We've seen what Malik Willis has done in Green Bay. Derrick Henry is better in Baltimore. DeAndre Hopkins lit it up on Monday Night Football. What do we make of the fact that, and again, this isn't just a Callahan thing because some of these players were Mike Vrabel players, but what do we make of the fact that these guys either aren't good enough to be on the Titans or they go somewhere else and they're immediately better players? Is that a red flag to you?
Well, I think some of it is. I mean, I didn't like the trade of Elijah Molden when it happened because, I think he's a depth piece for you who can play special teams, and I didn't view what was behind him as better. I viewed him as good depth on the football team. I understood why they got away from Christian Fulton. He had a bad year and a contract year and always struggled to stay healthy. Same with Bud Dupree, always struggled to stay healthy. Tierra Tart's on like his 5th team in 2 years now. So there are reasons these guys have not all, but a bunch of these guys have moved on from the Titans and from other teams, frankly, because Bud's on his 2nd or 3rd team since Tennessee as well. But, the Elijah Molden one was one where I thought, for a 7th round pick, he could have stuck around, and you know what? If he'd stuck around, he'd be starting right now. And the guy that you kept instead isn't even on your roster anymore. So that was the one. But the other ones, I think circumstances is probably more of it. Haskins was another one that I didn't like, because he's a core special teams player.
Well, even Willis, though, Willis looked like he couldn't play football when he was here. And I mean, right now, and I don't think this is a hot take, but what we've seen of Will Levis just isolated this year on the Titans, and what we've seen of Malik Willis isolated this year on the Packers. And I put the disclaimer out there that if you put Malik on the Titans, I don't think we'd see what Malik's done on the Packers on the Titans. Because
no, but he clearly looked better in the preseason, though. We knew he had taken steps forward, and that was the whole thing of, is Mason Rudolph a long-term? What's Mason, a 1-year deal or 2-year deal?
1-year deal.
1-year deal. So, wasn't Malik good enough to keep around for the 4th year of his rookie contract? I mean, because they got 3 quarterbacks now anyway. So I agree with that. I was thinking only of the Chargers. I agree. I probably would have kept Malik around as well.
I guess my thing is that based off of what Malik's done on the Packers and what Levis has done here, just isolated, take out the context. Right now, if that were the case, Malik Willis would be the starting quarterback of the Titans. Will Levis be benched.
Yeah,
and
he's been. I mean, Malik has definitely been better than Will has this season. There's no question about it.
That's a huge red flag for me. And the Molden thing, and you know what I mean? Like Hopkins goes to Kansas City, and all of a sudden he's the number 1 receiver on a championship caliber team.
Well, I mean, just talent-wise, he's the number 1 receiver on that team, and he's also got arguably the best quarterback in the game and one of the best 5 ever getting him the football now. So there's a difference. There's a difference there.
But you see the overall theme of what I'm saying.
Yeah, guys go elsewhere and they're playing better. And yeah, I mean it's alarming. You know, like I said, for some of them, like Dupree, Tart, and Fulton, you had to move on from those guys. You just did. But there are other guys who are playing and are productive, and you wonder, you know, why couldn't those guys stay here and play and be productive? I mean, you know, like I said with Willis, I saw enough in the preseason where, you know, even for, you know, you keep him for next year, you've got him on his rookie deal. And you don't, you know, well, I don't know, whatever they're paying Mason, probably $2 million or whatever, but you're still saving money.
Corey Curtis, the one that looks bad is really the Molden one because of what they got in return. A 7th rounder in next year's draft. I said, we talk about a bag of footballs. That's a packet of ketchup they got in exchange for Elijah Molden.
They were going to cut him. I mean, it's that simple. And that's why
because they had Jamal Adams. Woo!
Yeah, no, I agree. It was flawed. It was flawed at the time, and it's flawed now. I mean, I know Jamal Adams allegedly thought somebody was going to trade for him here before he asked for his release. He's still unemployed. I mean, everybody knows he can't run anymore. Everybody knows he can't stay healthy anymore. That was an emotional, short-sighted decision for the Titans to keep him. And, you know, that's, you know, it was like Barry talks about playing, you know, fantasy hockey. That was fantasy football, you know, keeping a guy because he's a name and you knew what he did 5 years ago. Well, that was 5 years ago. Remember, like when Ed Reed and Brian Urlacher got released by the Ravens and the Bears, and all the Titans fans, oh, we got to go get those guys. Like, there's a reason the teams that they were legends on let them go, because they were done. And sometimes
when they signed Jamal Adams, everybody in town said he sucks. And Jeffrey Simmons got mad about it. I mean, it's crazy. So I have a conspiracy theory for you. This could be a tinfoil hat moment here, Corey Curtis, but hear me out.
Well, Signs is one of my favorite movies, so let's do it.
Okay. I don't buy this L'Jarius Sneed quad thing. I don't.
Yeah.
He played 99% of the snaps on defense against the Colts, including the last play on defense, which was a tackle by L'Jarius Sneed. Now, TD says that what happened was there was a helmet to the quad in the Colts game. They didn't think it was that bad. They took an MRI. It was way worse than they thought. And for a month, L'Jarius Sneed has been out and has not even practiced. What quad injury could that possibly be? Again, well, it's not a torn quad because he would have been out for the season or placed on IR with that. It's not compartment syndrome because he would have had the surgery and would be on IR for that.
That's what Joey had, right?
Yeah. So
yeah, okay.
What could it be that it wasn't bad enough to take him out of the Colts game, but it was bad enough for him to miss a month afterwards, but it's not a torn quad. It's not something you go on IR for, and it's not something that you're out for the season. I don't buy that. I think it's bull crap. I think it's the knee, and the Titans don't want to say it because they know that people like me will go insane if that ends up being the case.
I don't think that's how decisions are made based on what Jared Stillman says on the radio. I mean, I could be wrong.
I don't know, man.
But I also don't think coaches change plays because the crowd boos or cheers. So, but look, the Colts game was also his worst game, was it not?
I mean, that was when he got beat by Pierce and Pittman.
Yeah, so it was his worst game. So it's reasonable to say he was hurting in that game, based on his
he kind of stunk for most of the year to what we were expecting from L'Jarius Sneed.
But that was his worst game. with hands down. I think we can all say that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, look, what's concerning to me, whether it's the knee or the quad or his elbow, I don't care, is they didn't put him on IR because they thought he would be back. Okay. And he's not back. He's not practicing. So what's the deal? As far as, is he just a slow healer? And if you took an MRI and it was way worse than you thought, then why not put him on IR for 3 to 4 weeks?
Right.
Unless you're just trying to save those.
My theory is there's a there. Whether it's the knee and not the quad, I think there's something there. I think there's more there than, it was a helmet to the quad and the MRI was worse than we thought, so he's going to be out for 6 weeks.
Look, I've pulled my quad, and it does not feel great. Your quad is one of the biggest muscles in your body, and if you damage it, you feel it with every step. And so if it's not 100%, he can't run with those guys. The question I have is if he knew the injury was that bad, why is he not on IR?
Right.
That's
like a helmet to the quad?
Sure. I mean, look, you can do damage to the tissue. It's a soft tissue. You can do damage, and now it's got to build itself back up and build it together. The other thing that can happen in those muscular injuries when you have damage is you can have blood that can calcify, and that can be a problem. Now, I don't know if that's an issue or not, but I know like with muscle tissue damage to the quad, that calcification, there's even medication for it to keep it from happening, can be an issue. So I don't know if there's problems with the recovery for him in that department or not as well. That's just pure speculation by me.
But then when you put him on IR,
that this is taking a while. I agree. That's why I don't understand why he's not on IR. I mean, because this, he's not ready. Now he's particular, right? He's the guy who's had his own regimen since he got here. And so he clearly wants to feel a certain way. And we don't have enough experience with him to know, what his tolerance levels are and all those sorts of things.
Corey, I'm going to go super long with you because, I have the authority to do so and I feel so. As I have questions. So this is my last question before your hot take, which is this.
Okay.
How is it that the Chargers were worse than you last year? They picked 5th, you picked 7th. You beat them here at Nissan Stadium.
Yeah.
They spent $30 million in guaranteed money this offseason in free agency. You spent 26 on Lloyd Cushenberry.
Yep.
How is it that the Chargers are so much better than you so fast?
Well, number one, Jim Harbaugh has been a winning coach everywhere he has been. Okay. There should be an expectation for immediate improvement with Jim Harbaugh, because whether it was at, where was he at? Stanford? Whether it was Stanford or San Francisco, San Diego State or Michigan, all he does is win. So that should certainly be the expectation there. He knows how to do it. He knows how to get it done. The other category, Jared, and it's just as simple, look at turnovers. They don't turn the ball over, and they turn people over. The Titans turn it over and don't turn people over. You flip those statistics with those two teams, and their records are probably reversed.
It's funny. I used to remember we used to always do on the pregame show, Floyd's keys to the game. And the number one key every game was turnovers. Every time.
It's the biggest statistic in football, without question. And we do our keys to the game every week. And I always say I'm a broken record. For this team, they got to take care of the football. And for this week, they got to take care of the football. And for the love of God, punt the ball out of bounds. Do not be stubborn. You have proven you cannot cover punts. Punt the ball out of bounds. I don't care if it's for 25 yards. It's not a touchdown against you. Punt the ball out of bounds.
Fireball Hot Take Friday. What's your hot take?
I've been teetering on this ledge, and I'm going to go all in, and you can yell at me or other people can yell at me, and that's fine. I think we as a football culture, I asked Kelly about this on Monday, and this has nothing to do with Levis. This is about all quarterbacks in general. We freak out about interceptions way too much. A guy throws one pick, and we go bananas. Jordan Love's got 10 this year. He's a good quarterback. Patrick Mahomes, I think, has 9. He is an elite quarterback. Now, these guys have, make plays that generally make up for these. They also have defenses that come up with stops afterwards. But as a whole, we as people and consumers of this product need to understand that when the ball goes in the air, as many times as it goes in the air now, generally, we need to chill out, that they're not perfect. Guys do make great plays. And it's going to happen. That doesn't mean we write a blank check and you throw 30 interceptions, but it just means a guy throws 10 to 15 picks a year. It's going to happen. You know, it's life. It's the price of doing business, and we all just need to chill out.
Well said. What's the number one key this week, though?
Turnovers.
Oh, okay. Corey Curtis, News 2, as always on our program. Corey, great stuff. We'll talk next week.
All right. Thanks, Jared.
Yep, Corey Curtis joining us as always. So speaking of the turnovers, are we really – there's a game I think that the Titans want us to play in our brains. Are we playing this game? We'll get to it next. Stillman & Company, 102.5 The Game.
Your numbers called on Sunday. What do you want to do differently this time around, maybe than you did the first go around?
I'm just going to keep trying to operate the offense the best way I can. I feel like I've gotten better, and I think I'll show improvement in that area, but I'm not going into this second stint of the season being like, I have to play this way or another way. I think I can get into trouble when you think like that. So just trying to operate the offense and be the best quarterback I can for this team.
Will Levis, yesterday, he will be the quarterback on Sunday at the Chargers. Gunner texts in and says, ask Corey Curtis. So obviously this is when Corey was on the show. Ask Corey what it feels like to know that it's 50-50, that Levis doesn't even get to 1,000 yards this season, much less the 4,000 yards that Corey Curtis said during the preseason was a slam dunk. I will, by the way, I'm going to say this, Ian, I will never let him forget that. Like 6 years from now, when we look at Levis like Zach Mettenberger, I'll be like, remember when you said it was a slam dunk that Will Levis was going to throw for 4,000 yards? I will never let that go. But I do have a simple question for everybody out there, which is Levis is getting the ball on Sunday. It doesn't make a difference to me who plays quarterback. They're not going to win against the Chargers. That's fine, whatever. But are we still doing this thing that's we're trying to see what the Titans have in Will Levis? Are we actually doing that? I don't think the Titans are doing that. I think the Titans are saying they're doing that because they want to give you something to try to bide your time for the rest of the season. Because there's 9 games left and there are tickets to sell and they don't want apathy to set in. And so they want to say they know they're not going to the playoffs. They know they're not going to be for the Super Bowl. But this year is about figuring out what we have in Will Levis, and we're going to give it time. But are we actually doing that? I'm going to argue the answer is no when it comes to the Titans. Because if they were doing that, they would have traded away DeAndre Hopkins for a 5th-round pick to a team that is more likely than not going to the Super Bowl. So it's really more of a 6th-round pick. They would have kept DeAndre Hopkins. It wasn't like they dumped the salary on DeAndre Hopkins. They ate the money so they could get a 5th-round pick. So they did that because they looked at it like, well, we might as well get something. And they took Will Levis's number 1 receiver away. For the rest of this year, if you really were trying to get a feel for what you had in Will Levis, I have to ask, how would you be able to do that? He has no starting center the rest of the year, no right tackle. His number 1 receiver's gone. They don't have a starting caliber tight end. How could you possibly get a real read on what Levis has or what he doesn't have? And that's what takes me to the big problem I have with the Titans in general. Will Levis might not be this bad. I can make an argument on either side of the table. And I told TD this yesterday. I said I can make an argument for the fact that the Titans went into the year thinking that Nicholas Petit-Frere, a.k.a. PT could play right tackle when I knew he couldn't. We can talk about the fact that the Titans don't have a tight end. They have backup tight ends. Chigg's a backup. Vanette's a backup. Wiley's a backup. And they produce like backups. They need a starting tight end. Dalton Schultz, starting tight end for C.J. Stroud. So, I mean, again, look at Malik. Malik was the 3rd quarterback. As Brian Callahan said at the time, by a wide margin, Malik was the 3rd quarterback. They traded him away for nothing because they thought Malik stunk. And Malik has a quarterback rating of 130. So if we're really doing this whole, we got to find out what we have in Will Levis, then I have to ask, how can you actually do that? How can you figure out what you have in this young quarterback when he's going to have a backup center and a train wreck at right tackle and a rookie at left tackle and a guy that can't pass protect? They got a big fullback at left guard because he can't pass protect, but boy, he can run block. And they trade away his number 1 receiver. So now his number 1 receiver is a guy who makes the league minimum. That's NWI. His number 2 receiver can't catch. That's Calvin Ridley. Well, I don't think that you can actually evaluate what Levis has or what he doesn't have if you're really wanting to play that game. Which is why I think deep down inside, we're not really playing that game anymore. I think they know what they have in Levis, and they think it's not very good. But at the same time, they thought they knew what they had in Malik, and they thought it was worth a first-round pick. And Malik has gone to Green Bay, and Malik is 2-0 as a starter, won a game in relief, 3 touchdowns, no interception, quarterback rating of 130, and he came in here and looked like Michael Vick. So I don't know how we see what you have in Levis. I don't know how we know what you have in Levis when you didn't even know what you had in other guys on your team. 615-737-1025, Stillman and Company here on 1025 and 1063 The Game. Let me tell all the fine folks, tune in to 1025 The Game this Sunday for coverage of the NASCAR Cup Series Championship. Coverage will begin following the Vanderbilt men's basketball game. Coverage also available on the 1025 The Game app and at theGameNashville.com.
On 2nd and 6, fake to Jacobs. Uh-oh, he's got him. Willis to a wide open Jaden Reed. Reed takes it all the way to the Jaguars' 17-yard line, a 49-yard catch and run.
This is the first time they ran this play. Jaden Reed makes it look like he was going to block, and all of a sudden he bursts across the field. Malik Willis was waiting for him to pop open, and he throws a beautiful ball to Jaden Reed for a huge gain for the Packers.
There you go. That was Malik a couple weeks ago. And it's funny because somebody texted into the text line. And they said, you said verbatim that Malik sucked. Why are you drinking the Kool-Aid now? And misspelled Kool-Aid miserably. But Coolade. But let me say this. Because when Malik was on the Titans, he did suck. So what I need to know is why he's going to another team and he looks much, much better. And the reality is, if you isolated what Malik did on the Packers and what Levis has done on the Titans, then there would be no debate. There would be none of this, well, we're waiting to see what we have in Levis. There wouldn't be any of that. He'd be benched and Malik would be in there. Again, based on what Malik's done in Green Bay and what Levis has done here for the Titans. But that removes the context of the team they're playing for and the coaches that they have, which to me is the problem. I don't think if Malik was on the Titans, Malik would have a quarterback rating of 130 and would have 3 touchdowns and no picks. And I'm not sure I'm convinced if Will Levis was on the Packers that he'd have 7 interceptions and he'd be throwing for 130 yards a game. And when you compare the two, and I did today, Malik has a higher completion percentage, 74.4 to 66.4 for Levis. Malik has more yards per attempt, 9.7 to 5.6. 9.7 is very good. 5.6 is horrendous. Malik has thrown no interceptions. Levis has thrown 7. And Malik and Levis have run the ball equally, but Willis has run for more yards per attempt, and more touchdowns. Malik has played in 4 games this year, including 1 snap against the Philadelphia Eagles in Brazil. And he already has more fantasy points than Will Levis does this year. Somebody tell me how that's possible. Again, to me, this highlights the incompetence of the Titans. I keep hearing, well, Willis has gone to a team with good coaching. So then we should just be okay with bad coaching? That doesn't make a lot of sense. Well, Elijah Molden has gotten an opportunity with the Chargers, where he leads their team with 3 interceptions. There wasn't an opportunity here because of Jamal Adams? That seems like mismanagement. Corey Curtis said it earlier this hour. The reason the Titans took a packet of ketchup, a 2026 7th-round pick. Again, the value of the 7th-round pick the Titans got from Green Bay for Willis, according to the draft charts, has a value of 1 point. That's terrible. Molden's even worse. Molden's even worse. A 7th-round pick in next year's draft. And Corey said, well, they were going to cut him. And he leads the Chargers in interceptions. And again, is it because the Chargers have better coaching than the Titans? The Chargers are better run than the Titans? The answer is yes. I keep hearing about how bad these John Robinson drafts were. These John Robinson, they were terrible. All these guys suck. 2020 was terrible. PU. Christian Fulton starting at corner for the Chargers, and he's playing better than he's ever played in the NFL. Just couldn't do it here. 2021, Caleb Farley. Now, again, that was stupid on John Robinson's part. But Dylan Radins is starting. Elijah Molden is starting for the Chargers and leads them in interceptions. Malik Willis looked like a bust, and now he looks like at least a competent backup, but maybe a little, I don't know, maybe a little bit more. I saw people texting in yesterday saying, if Treylon Burks leaves the Titans and goes ham, then you'll really know. But at some point, we have to look in the mirror, right? We have to say that some of the problems, the possibility, may be you. Do you really think that Malik Willis is that much better than Will Levis? And if you do think that Malik Willis is that much better than Will Levis, then don't you think the guys that traded away Malik Willis for a bag of footballs because Will Levis was the guy shouldn't be running your operation anymore? If Elijah Molden is actually good, then shouldn't the guys that traded him away for a packet of ketchup so that they could play Jamal Adams 20 snaps this season, shouldn't they not be the guys to make those decisions? One texter says, I question the true knowledge of the football brains in our building. Bingo. But I just hear, well, Willis got a better opportunity. Really? Better than starting on Sunday Night Football with Derrick Henry behind you? The better opportunity? I mean, I don't. I don't understand this. I heard yesterday, well, DeAndre didn't want to be here. That's why he's playing so well for the Chiefs. Oh, that's great. Real great for morale. 615-737-1025, which is our phone number. I will be watching the game on Sunday. Many of you will be watching the game on Sunday. And deep down inside, I think I'm trying to figure out what it is that I'm supposed to be watching. I'll explain. We'll do it next. Stillman and Company, 1025 The Game. I love Fireball Cinnamon Whiskey. There's no better way to kick off a big weekend and to celebrate than with ice-cold Fireball Cinnamon Whiskey. It goes down so smooth and it tastes so great. There is no better way, and I mean this, no better way to ignite the night than to do so with ice-cold Fireball Cinnamon Whiskey. So get to celebrating by picking up some Fireball. That's Fireball Whiskey. Ignite the night. Please do responsibly and be 21 years or older to enjoy. That's Fireball Cinnamon Whiskey. Stillman and Company, 102.5, 106.3, The Game, streaming live on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook live from the Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Game Nashville studios. So the award-winning pregame show will be on at 9:30 on Sunday morning. And yes, I know the game's at 3:30, but there's a Vandy basketball game in there. We just figured, you know what? We like 9:30, and it's the award-winning pregame show, and you like 9:30, so we'll be on at 9:30. But I have a question in life. And sometimes I feel like I'm the therapist and I'm listening to you guys vent to me. Sometimes I feel like a prosecutor prosecuting a case in litigation. And sometimes I feel like the one who's looking for therapy and answers myself when it comes to my sports fandom. Now that the trade deadline is past us, what's the point of the rest of the Titan season? And I mean that. Like, I'm going to watch the game Sunday. You're going to watch the game Sunday. Ian, are you going to watch the game on Sunday?
I mean, yeah, probably.
So we're all going to watch a game on Sunday. Why? We know the Titans aren't making the playoffs. We know the Titans aren't competing for the Super Bowl. We know the Titans players and coaches, given that it's their livelihood, they're going to give it their all, and that's great for them. But for us, on the outside, what is there that is left to watch for these 9 games? The Patriots came in here last week, and they suck just as bad as you do. They're going nowhere fast, just like you are. But they have a young rookie quarterback, and that's exciting. As Blake Bedingfield put it at paulkaharski.com, he looks like the real deal, talking about Drake May. I watched Drake May play the Titans, and I'm like, you know what? That's going to be something that's fun to watch. It's not as exciting to watch the left tackle lineup every week. And we talked about it in the last segment or the last hour. Are we really on the let's see what Will Levis has train? Again, it's hard to envision actually knowing what Will Levis can be when he doesn't have a starting center, doesn't have a right tackle, doesn't have his best receiver. So even if we are evaluating Will Levis, I'm not sure you can give a fair evaluation. The top wide receiver they have right now is NWI. The tight ends stink. So what's the point of Sunday's game? The Titans are going to go on the road to LA. I bet you they'll play a competitive first half against the Chargers. They'll go into the locker room down 10-7 and then get completely swamped in the second half by the Chargers, who are worse or were worse than the Titans were last year. The end. And we'll be mad about it on Sunday, and we'll go about it on Monday and talk about this guy stinks and this guy's terrible and this team's awful and this is. And then the Rand Club will come back out Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then we'll get ready for, I don't even know, who are they playing the next week? Minnesota? Boy, that'll be a curb
Minnesota
stomping.
next week, yeah.
So then by Friday, we'll be back to, well, Minnesota this week. What do we think about? So, again, and I ask, what's the meaning here? What are we doing? Don't send me the gif of Herm Edwards on Twitter. You play to win the game. I'm not playing, and neither are you. I understand why the coaches are giving it their all. They want jobs next year. When we look at these guys and we look at their careers and their records, it's not like, well, he was 113-84, but 7 of those losses came when the team sucked. That's not how it works. So I understand why they'll play hard and why they want to win and and if I was getting $200,000 to show up on Sunday, I probably would do it too. But again, I'm trying to figure out, for us, what is the point of the rest of the year? The reason the Titans might have loaded up this offseason, although I use loaded up very lightly there because the Titans still, according to overthecap.com, have the 26th highest payroll in the NFL. But maybe they did this to give fans something to be excited about to watch a team this season while trying to get a fair evaluation of Levis, while knowing that they aren't going to compete for the Super Bowl. But none of that worked. They've lost pretty much every game. So now we wait. Franchise purgatory, 9 more games to go, 9 more beautiful Sundays to waste before the long trudge of the offseason starts again. And as I ponder back on what the expectations were for this year, even for me, who was down on the team, it's still really depressing to know that there's still halfway to go in the rest of the year. And this team really has nothing to play for but pride. And when I say pride, does that even matter anymore? We're a society that doesn't really even care about pride. We care about the bottom line. Pride is something that mattered in my father's generation. Guys cared about playing in bowl games. Now they don't. That's what makes the whole playing for pride thing very difficult. You might be on the team, you might be playing for your own personal pride, but I'll take no pride if the Titans find a way to pull an upset in one of these games that blows the second overall pick and has them picking 9th. It's the depressing element of being a Titan fan. It's the thing that when John Robinson was canned at 7-5 and in first place after winning 2 straight division titles, en route to a third, 3 straight playoff appearances, 4 out of the last 5, we were promised it was going to get better. And here we are less than 2 years after Robinson got fired. And we've got nothing to look forward to. No real reason other than we love the Titans. And by the way, I don't know where John Robinson is, though he was on CBS HQ this past week breaking down the trade deadline. I have no idea where he is. He could be in Bermuda. He could be in the U.S. Virgin Islands. He could live in the Cayman Islands. I have no idea. He's got the money to do whatever he wants. He's not the one stuck with this bill. Mike Vrabel certainly isn't stuck with this bill. He's with the Cleveland Browns. They suck, but he's not responsible for it. He's going to be the top target for one of these teams looking for a head coach, probably multiple teams looking for a head coach. We're the ones stuck with it. We're the ones that have to find a reason to get excited on Sunday to watch him get smoked by the Chargers. But I can't see any silver lining the rest of the year other than let's hope they lose as many games as possible so they can pick their way out of this mess. And that's all I got. And I hate it. You'll say it's negative. You'll say I'm looking at this the wrong way. But again, all I can think to myself is, what good does picking 9th do for you? Another guard? This team has sucked any joy out of football by thinking that they had all the right answers. And it wasn't that long ago that the Titans were the number 1 seed in the AFC playoffs. 615-737-1025, which is our phone number. We'll get to your phones on this. Plus, somebody said in the YouTube chat, why don't they have jobs? Probably talking about Robinson and Vrabel. It was never this bad with Robinson or Vrabel. It never was. Even last year, which was kind of miserable, it wasn't super miserable and totally out of it until the end of the year. Robinson and Vrabel. Again, you can say whatever you want about them and assume that, well, this would have been this bad with them. It never was. Period. And there's no arguing that. That's a fact. But coming up next, there's one team that has defied everything that the Titans set out to do. And they're actually good. And you play them on Sunday. We'll get to that next. Stillman & Company, 102.5 The Game.
seen on film from the Titans?
Very capable, coming off a big win. Looks like they'll get their quarterback back, but two very good edge players, sound all across the board. Still diving into everything they do, plus you try to anticipate everything that they, might do against us, or employ, and sometimes it's something that you haven't seen. Usually, like about every game, you'll get something that you haven't seen on tape before. So yeah, all in all though, be what it always is in this 1 week league. It's a football fight every week.
Harvey talking about the Titans. So what have you seen from Tennessee? They got to win this week. Two good edge players. They will probably get their quarterback back this week. What was the word he used, Ian? Capable?
Yeah, they're a very capable team.
Very capable team. In this 1 week league, anything can happen. We can lose to anybody. Even Harbaugh's like, yeah, they suck. He didn't say it, but come on now. So I have to ask, why are the Chargers allowed to be good and the Titans aren't? The Chargers were worse than you. They won 5 games last year. They had a bozo head coach. Remember, they were the analytics team. Analytics. They were the analytics team behind Brandon Staley. Coach, if we don't go for it here on this 4th down, we will tie and we'll make the playoffs. Nope, we're going for it. The same guy that blew that 27-point lead in the playoffs, the same guy. They got beat so bad by the Raiders last year on Thursday Night Football, they had to fire everybody after the game. That's how bad it was. They won 5 games. They got beat 100-0 by the Raiders. They had Brandon Staley. He was a dope. Again, the super analytic Chargers. And then the Chargers said, you know what? Enough of that. Let's go get somebody who knows football to run our team. And they did. And now they're 5-3 and in a playoff spot. So, again, why are the Chargers allowed to be good? The Chargers didn't spend $230 million this offseason. The Chargers spent $30 million guaranteed this offseason. You spent $26 million guaranteed on Lloyd Cushenberry and $23 guaranteed on Chidobe Awuzie. How's that working out for you? Moral of the story. One team brought in competence, the other didn't. If you want the Titans to get good again, it doesn't take that long. Again, look at the Chargers. And what's noticeable and obvious about the Chargers is they actually have a plan. Instead of, well, I was upset that the players I wanted to sign, we couldn't sign, and I walked out of the shower in a towel, and I said to Chad Brinker, let's go sign Calvin Ridley. The Chargers actually had a plan. Look, I wouldn't have taken Joe Alt over Malik Neighbors if I were the Chargers because I believe that the franchise quarterback needs a dog to throw the ball to, and I believe that that is what Neighbors is. Now, I did love Joe Alt, as you all know. And Lad McConkey's been very solid as a rookie. But at least everybody knew what Jim Harbaugh's plan was when they drafted Joe Alt. The second they drafted him, it was like, okay, Harbaugh is going to get a tough, physical team. He's going to run the ball, and they've signed 2 running backs, J.K. Dobbins and Gus Edwards, to run it tough, and they're going to protect. Pro Bowl left tackle, and I guarantee you Joe Alt's going to the Pro Bowl. He's at right tackle. Again, they didn't go out in free agency trying to sell PSLs. They spent $55 million total. Their starting center, Bradley Bozeman, makes $1.125 million and has a higher PFF grade than Lloyd Cushenberry. When I hear the Titans say that the Lions are the model, I think to myself, where's all the extra first-round picks that the Lions have? Go back. They're loaded with first-round picks. And they didn't pop on every single one of them. But they traded back and they picked up seconds, and then they got this guy and they got that. And all of a sudden you're like, wow. But it took the Lions a lot of time to be able to do that. I'm asking, why can't the Chargers be the model? Well, Jared, the Chargers have Justin Herbert, and he's a franchise quarterback. And let me say this, I'm a Justin Herbert guy. I have always liked Justin Herbert, and I have said going into this year, I'm like, I'm sorry. At some point, he's got to start winning. But they had Justin Herbert last year, and they were worse than you. I would ask you this question. How could they have been so bad with Justin Herbert at quarterback? And it's because they had morons running their team, like Brandon Staley. Again, to me, the Chargers are the model. The Chargers spent appropriately in free agency. They drafted premium positions, not run-stuffing DTs in the first 2 rounds. They went out and got guys that they knew were better than they were probably producing because they were probably coming from some bad teams. And then because Jim Harbaugh is a very good coach, because he knows football, and Jim Harbaugh is a weird dude, but nobody will ever accuse Jim Harbaugh of not knowing football. And because of that, they've put together a competent team. Again, you can tell me it's all about Herbert, but they didn't do anything outside of drafting Ladd McConkey. They haven't done anything to up the weapons around Herbert. They didn't sign Calvin Ridley. And yet, somehow, some way, they keep finding ways to throw the ball to Will Dissly. But again, that's because the Chargers know football. Harbaugh knows football, period. And I would argue that before Harbaugh got there, they didn't. That was their problem. Brandon Staley didn't know football. They had all these good players. They still have Joey Bosa and Khalil Mack, but guess what? Jim Harbaugh made them take a pay cut. Why? Because Jim Harbaugh knew they're not that important. And they've been able to play with those guys, but also with those guys having their warts. But again, Jim Harbaugh knows football. Doesn't roll the dice and play the board. Doesn't get up there and say the ball didn't bounce their way. No. They take players that you think are no good, and they win and give them game balls, like Elijah Molden and T.R. Tart. But again, that's because the Chargers know football. 615-737-1025. This bums me out. Oh, this bums me out we got some news that is bumming me out, which we'll get to next. And there's something else about the Chargers that when I actually break this down for you is going to break your heart. We'll do it next. Stillman & Company, 1025 The Game.
So when it comes to the cap management side, sure, yeah, we're in a better spot this year than we were last year. We're excited about where we are, but we also it's about adding impact players, whether it's through free agency or through the draft. We're trying to add impact players, and when it comes to free agency, you're going to pay a premium for that. And a lot of times these teams don't let those guys go. So we got to be really smart about it and find those players not only that can impact our roster, but also there's some good depth signings you can find throughout the free agent process as well.
That was Chad Brinker talking about what they got to do in free agency, and then they did the exact opposite. Let's just go throw a bunch of money at people. Okay. $230 million. The Chargers, $55 million. Who you will play on Sunday. I did a comparison. The Charger signings versus the Titan signings. Ian, do you want to go over some of these?
Sure.
The Chargers signed center Bradley Bozeman for $1.125 million. I think that's the league minimum. The Titans signed Lloyd Cushenberry for $26 million guaranteed. Cushenberry has allowed no sacks, 1 quarterback hit, and has a PFF grade of 55.4. Bozeman has allowed 2 sacks, so that's worse than Cushenberry. 2 hits, 1 more hit than Cushenberry, and has a PFF grade of 53.8. 55.4 versus 53.8.
Cushenberry slightly better. Overall, about the same.
At $26 million more.
Yeah.
They signed defensive tackle Poona Ford. Now, I remember when Poona Ford committed to Louisville out of high school, and I was on the radio there 10 years ago. They signed defensive tackle Poona Ford, who also, by the way, played at Texas. $1.79 million. 1 sack, 3 quarterback hits, and a PFF rating of 79.6. We know the Titans drafted Devondre Sweat with the 38th pick. 0 sacks, 0 hits, and a PFF rating of 70.2. Poona Ford, $1.79 million in free agency, outproducing the 38th pick in the draft. The running backs. This one shocked me. Tony Pollard's $8 million. J.K. Dobbins is $1.6 million.
He's been good for them.
Pollard, 142 for 622. Dobbins, 126 for 620. A difference of 2 yards in favor of Tony Pollard. Pollard has 3 touchdowns. Dobbins has 6. 4.4 yards a crack for Pollard, 4.9 yards a crack for Dobbins. They signed a safety, Gilman. I've never heard of him before, for a 2-year contract at $10.125 million. I got to say that's probably better than what they got out of Quandre Diggs. They signed a tight end, Will Dissly, for $4.6 million guaranteed. How about this? And by the way, the news that just crushed me, Christian Fulton with a hamstring is doubtful today for the Chargers on Sunday. But they signed Christian Fulton, 1 year, $3.125 million. In 7 games, Christian Fulton has 1 interception, 3 pass defenses, and 9 receptions. So he's allowed 9 receptions at corner. Chidobe Awuzie, $23 million, 3 games, no interceptions, no pass defenses, and he's allowed 3 receptions. The PFF grade for Fulton, 79.1. Awuzie, 66.8. And then finally, the one I honestly love the most. The Titans decided they didn't need Elijah Molden anymore because they had Jamal Adams. Elijah Molden was a 2026 7th-round pick, has a PFF rating of 85.3, has started 5 games, has 3 interceptions, and Jamal Adams played 20 snaps for the Titans. Guys, what are we doing? It's like Brinker even said, in free agency, the good guys, they don't necessarily let get away, but you can find some impact players. You got to do the work. You got to. And Harbaugh actually did it. Unbelievable. Again, J.K. Dobbins, $1.6 million. Tony Pollard, $8 million. And J.K. Dobbins, 2 less yards and 3 more touchdowns. I'm sorry. I don't understand. Shouldn't the Chargers be rebuilding? They were picking 5th. They won 5 games last year. They were terrible. Shouldn't they be rebuilding? I mean, shouldn't they? They didn't go trade for L'Jarius Sneed. They didn't give Calvin Ridley $25 million. What, wasn't this a rebuild year to get a high pick and build the team? Oh, no, it wasn't. Because, again, the Chargers know what they're doing. It's as simple as that. Well, Jared, the Chargers drafted a right tackle, 5th overall. Signed a center for $1 million who's as good as the center you signed for 26. At some point, you got to stop making excuses and tell it like it is. And until you do that, nothing will ever change. 615-737-1025. And our phone lines, of course, are driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com. Again, Christian Fulton is doubtful. And that breaks my heart. One texter says, last week you were saying the Lions are the model, and now you're saying the Chargers are the model. I got to correct that text. I never, ever said the Lions were the model for the Titans. I said they said the Lions were the model. And my problem with using the Lions as the model are, okay, so who's the veteran quarterback that you're building around, and where's all the first-round picks that the Lions got for the Matthew Stafford trade? Oh, you don't have them. So how can you build your team like them if you're not willing to do the things that they did to build it the way they did it? That doesn't make any sense to me. Again, somebody on Twitter said, somebody in the YouTube chat said, they said, Justin Herbert's on their team, Jared. Put Justin Herbert on the Titans and then tell me. Justin Herbert was on the Chargers last year. Justin Herbert came into Nissan Stadium last year, had Keenan Allen on his team. Came into Nissan Stadium last year and did not play well and lost in overtime.
Oh, he was banged up a lot last year.
Wasn't he banged up this year?
Yeah.
There was early in the year, wasn't it like a rotator, a rib?
High ankle, I thought, one point. But he did only play 13 games last year.
Only 13 games. And they still stunk. Again, it's like everyone wants to make an excuse. And I'm just telling you, the Chargers know football. Harbaugh knows football. Chad Brinker, Rand Carthon, they don't know football. That's what this is. And again, you can keep making stuff up. You'll never hear Jim Harbaugh say, and Harbaugh is a weirdo, but you'll never hear Jim Harbaugh say the ball didn't bounce our way when they lose by 32 points. You'll never hear Jim Harbaugh, after they win 7 games in a season, get up there, 6 games, and say the ball didn't bounce our way. You'll never hear that. But Jared, that was a figure of speech, other than the fact that he referenced the ball and the way it bounced when he was discussing the ball not bouncing their way. Again, they're getting more production out of their fat run-stuffing DT, who they paid $1.79 million to, than you're getting out of the guy that you took 38th. Well, it's more than the box score, Jared. Sweat is opening it up for everybody out there, too. When they're not playing the Patriots, when do they sack the quarterback? Excuses, excuses, excuses. I've told you every day for the last 6 weeks, or however long it's been, I've told you every day what the problem is. And people just don't want to admit it. And I keep, again, highlighting things like the Chargers getting more out of the $55 million and the $30.9 million guaranteed that they spent in free agency than you, who spent $230 million. You spent more than 4 times the amount of money that they spent in free agency. And they're getting more out of it than you. But that's because they don't know football. Rich says the Titans always sign veterans that used to be good because no other team wants them now. I'm not sure that that's real. One texter says, if the cap isn't real, Jared, then what does it matter? What do you mean? If the cap isn't real, then what's it matter? What the Chargers spent compared to what you spent? The money is real. These teams, and trust me, the Chargers, we talk about the Titans sometimes being a little cheap. The Chargers are, they're right there with the Bengals for cheapest owners in the NFL. The Chargers have a limited budget, and they're paying their quarterback $50 million a year. So because they're not going to spend like the top teams in the league, they're not going to spend like the Texans or the Browns or the Panthers or teams where the owner's like, just buy it. Philly, San Francisco. They have to do it smart. But they've got Jim Harbaugh. And Jim Harbaugh knows what he's doing. Because again, Jim Harbaugh knows football. Jim Harbaugh is not drafting a guard with the 11th overall pick. One texter says, didn't Vrabel know football? I actually do think Vrabel knows football. Now, and let me say this. Let's say it was a power struggle. Let's say Mike Lombardi's right. And it was a power struggle between Vrabel or Carthon. And your only choices are binary. You have to pick one between Vrabel or Carthon. Ian, I'm going to put you on the spot here.
Okay.
Your choices are binary, so you can't say what I would have done is I would have cleaned house and gotten somebody that knows football and his experience, Jim Harbaugh. But you have to pick between Rand Carthon running your organization or Mike Vrabel running your organization. Who are you picking?
Vrabel.
It's not even close. Vrabel knows football. Now, I do not believe that Vrabel is qualified to run a personnel department because Vrabel's never done that before. He's never been an assistant director of, player development. He's never been a scout. He's never been an assistant general manager. He's never been any of those things. And he hasn't really coached long enough for me to think, yeah, Vrabel can take that on. Pete Carroll, Bill Belichick, Nick Saban. Like, if you hired Nick Saban, for instance, to run the Titans, I could let Nick have control of the team and be okay with it. Might not be a bad idea, by the way. But again, Vrabel knows football. Now, Vrabel's a little arrogant, but Vrabel knows football. The guys now, they don't know football. One texter says, just going to gloss over the fact that Chargers have a top 5 quarterback. Again, they had that quarterback last year. They had him last year. The Bengals had Joe Burrow for less games and had a better record than you. The problem was the dope with his analytics department that went for it on every 4th down for 5 years. Finally, the Chargers said, enough of this bull crap, and got in somebody there that knew what they were doing. The distinguished gentleman is losing his mind. I'm starting to think, and I love the distinguished gentleman with all my heart, I'm starting to think this guy might be Rand Carthon on a burner. I'm serious. Every time we say whatever we want to say and he doesn't get too worked up, we start talking about Rand Carthon and he goes crazy. He says Rand Carthon's in year 1. He didn't pick a guard. False narrative. Other than the fact that he was the general manager, and it was reported that Vrabel wanted to be in charge, and Amy told Vrabel that he wasn't, and they picked a guard. Number 2, he said the Chargers have been terrible for years. The Chargers were in the playoffs 2 years ago. Terrible for years. Come on. Just unbelievable. The Chargers. Yeah, the Chargers are getting more out of Christian Fulton at $3.125 million than you're getting out of Chidobe Awuzie at $23 million. Dylan says the Chargers did the smart stuff that the guy who knows football told him to do, such as getting a right tackle, and they've already got an amazing left tackle. Jim Harbaugh knows how to build a team. Bingo! That's what this is all about. Getting people who know football.
Well, they kind of went oppo philosophy as the Titans. The Titans hired Callahan to come in here with the young quarterback and open it up and start to throw the ball. And Harbaugh, with their younger quarterback, brought in the extra lineman and started to run the ball. More of a ball control. So, I don't know.
Unbelievable. 615-737-1025, more of your phones. And You got to talk about the Thursday night football game. Oh, my God. Woo-wee. We'll get to it next. Stillman and Company, 102.5 The Game.
Burrow takes the snap. Ravens bring blitz pressure. Burrow throws to the end zone. It's incomplete. It's incomplete. And with 38 seconds left to play, the Hayes in the barn. Oh, what a wild way to end it tonight, as the Ravens will sweep the series from the Bengals and improve to 7-3.
The two losses to the Ravens, I mean, have really come down to the last minute, but in a lot of ways, you guys had these games, winnable situations, whether it be Cam Taylor-Britt's dropped pick, the Chase Brown fumble. How do you guys get yourself in a position where you can start finishing so these games don't have to come down to a 2-point conversion to win the game?
Yeah, we just got to make the opportunities that are there, make the plays. You know, we did in spots and we didn't in spots tonight, and that's been the story of our season. So, and I'm going to do everything in my power to continue to be ready for the opportunities that come. Try to take advantage of them.
What a game last night on Thursday Night Football. Joe Burrow was electric. Poor Joe Burrow. Poor Bengals. Poor Joe Burrow, though. So I have a hot Thursday Night Football take, and then we'll get back to your phones of the people that are trying to come to the defense of the Titans for why the Chargers were worse than them last year and are now significantly better than them, other than the fact that the Chargers hired somebody that knows football and the Titans didn't. I have a quick Bengals take, and I am wondering after watching Thursday Night Football last night, Ian, is this a hot take what I'm about to say? I think the Bengals should fire Zach Taylor, like at the end of the year. This year's probably already lost, and it's not worth uprooting everything right now.
Even if they make the playoffs?
Well, how far?
Just make it.
Like we're talking about they make it as the 6th seed, and then they lose to Houston or they lose to Buffalo or whatever in the first round. And
yeah, in a
they
good
just
game.
Get out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm firing Zach Taylor. I think it's time.
Okay.
And I'm going to tell you why. He feels to me like they're Jim Morris Sr. He feels to me like they're Dan Reeves. Do you remember when Jim Morris Sr. was the coach in Indianapolis? They were 3-13 the first year with Peyton Manning, and then they were 13-3, and they got beat. I mean, and they really got beat. If Eddie George doesn't fumble the ball, now Eddie George also had a big run in this game, but if Eddie George doesn't fumble the ball, that game's not even close at the end of the game. But they got beat by the Titans. And then the next year, I think they made the playoffs and they were one and done. And then the walls kind of caved in with Peyton and Mora, and Manning turned the ball over a bunch, and it led to that infamous press conference where he threw Manning under the bus and then was asked, do you think this team will still make the playoffs? And Jim Mora was like, playoffs? You're talking about the playoffs? Playoffs? You kidding me? Playoffs? I just hope we can win a game. Talking about the playoffs. And at that point, the writing was on the wall. And the Colts went out and got a real coach, Tony Dungy. And bam, every year after that, Manning and Dungy were a threat to win the championship. I kind of feel like if Zach Taylor was out in Cincinnati and a real grown-up coach came in there who didn't go for it on every fourth down the way Zach does, who didn't make Joe coach that team, who built an offensive line, I think the Bengals would win a Super Bowl, probably multiple Super Bowls. Now, maybe Joe's so good that they'll do it anyways, but, I mean, my God. And if that job came open, like I talk about the Titans cleaning house, and people say, Jared, who would want to coach the Titans if they do that? And I'm like, if they did that, someone would want to coach Titans. But not everybody would want to coach Titans. If the Cincinnati job came open, every single person with a pulse would want that job. Even though the owner's cheap, everybody would want that job. Number one, you've got a top 3 quarterback in the NFL. Number 2, you've got a top 3 receiver in the NFL. Number 3, this is a team that gives their coaches more leash than a lot of people. Marvin Lewis. So I think every coach would line up to coach the Bengals. Like, I think that's it. If Vrabel went to the Bengals, they'd win it. Guarantee they win a Super Bowl if Vrabel was their coach. I think if Belichick coached the Bengals, because Belichick could do the coaching and he could coach Joe like Tom Brady, and I think they'd be fine. That's just my hot take on the Bengals. Every year it feels like the Bengals are really good, but there's just something off. And I think it's the coach. One texter says, the Chargers are 5-3. Who have they beaten that's any good? They beat 4, 2, and 7 teams. Well, guess what? They're about to beat another one this week. You only play who's on your schedule. And not only that, who have you beaten? Nobody.
I was going to say, both schedules are pretty weak. Chargers and the
again,
Titans have played some weak teams.
That's what happens when you stink and you're in the fourth place.
You get a last place schedule. Yeah, I mean,
yes.
Chargers have a last place schedule. So you play they played the Panthers, and they played Arizona. They played the Saints, Browns, So, but they also get the Chiefs twice.
One texter says, you're comparing apples to oranges. The Chargers roster wasn't as bad as the Titans roster. Again, you guys can keep telling me this. I mean, that's fine. You can keep telling me that the Chargers are better than the Titans and that there's nothing the Titans could have done and that if the Titans had smart people running the organization, that they wouldn't be. So which one is it? Is it that they have Justin Herbert? Because they had him last year. Is it that their roster is so much better than yours? Because, again, they had to go out in free agency and get a starting center, and they had to go in the draft and get a starting tackle, and they had to go get a starting DT, and they got Poona Ford, and he's got more sacks and more QB hits and is a higher graded player than Devondre Sweat. You tell me. Laura is up next on our program. Laura, thank you for calling and thank you for waiting. Go ahead.
Hi, guys. Yeah, it's been a long time since I called in, but I just wanted to say that this team, oh my God, dude. I was in New England in college when the Patriots sucked this bad. And everybody made fun of the people that were Patriots fans. Now my friends make fun of me being a Titans fan because, one, well, we gave everybody away, like Derrick Henry and, DeAndre Hopkins, because they wouldn't put him in and let him play. And honestly, I would have rather kept Tannehill and got rid of Levis than the other way around. And I have never liked Tannehill. And did we really have to give up Malik Willis? I mean, come on. And Vrabel, well, that was just the nail in my Titans coffin.
Laura, I feel your pain. Thank you for the call. Even if I don't completely agree with everything you say, I do feel your pain. 615-737-1025. Chad Withrow from Outkick is next. Stillman & Company, 1025. The Game. Stillman and Company, 102.5, 106.3 The Game, streaming live on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live. We are live from the Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Game Nashville Studios. Fireball Hot Take Friday, 5 o'clock, which means it's Chad Withrow, presented by A Moment's Peace Salon and Day Spa. Chad, I'm all worked up. You know, the texters and the YouTube chat, everything got me all worked up leading into you. So I'm just going to say this. The LA Chargers last year were picking 5th. The Titans were picking 7th. The LA Chargers spent $55 million in free agency. The Titans spent $230. And the LA Chargers are currently sitting in a playoff spot. And the Tennessee Titans, in my opinion, have nothing to play for the rest of the year. And the reason is they have Jim Harbaugh running their team who knows football. And the Titans, unfortunately, do not have anybody near Jim Harbaugh's caliber. But I would argue guys running the team that don't know football. And yet I'm told that no, it's because the Chargers had a better roster, or the Chargers have Justin Herbert, whom they had last year and lost all those games with, or because the Titans are cleaning up John Robinson's mess, or whatever. And the fact that they will not see reality, it's already driving me crazy. So am I off base here in saying that it's kind of a disappointment that the Chargers can get so much better, but the Titans can't?
No, you're not off base, but Justin Herbert absolutely has a big part to do with this. But yeah, Jim Harbaugh does too. Organization does. They are a better organization. They have a better head coach. They have a better quarterback, and they're doing better. It's no coincidence that that's the way it worked out, that they spent less in free agency and they're still doing better. It's an organization that the Titans have long had problems with throughout their existence. There's no competition here between the two. Do people actually care about the Titans and the Chargers on Sunday? Like, are we breaking down matchups? Is that what we're talking about?
Because I don't even know what to watch for the rest of the season. I don't know what to watch for the rest of the season for the Titans. In all seriousness, like people say, well, they got to figure out what they have in Will Levis. I feel like that ship has sailed. And even if that was what they were figuring out, I don't know how you do that without a starting center, starting right tackle, number one receiver, those kind of things. So I don't know what to watch for the rest of the year, other than hoping that they lose a lot, so they'll fire everybody and they'll get a high first-round pick.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because they do need to see what they have in Will Levis and keep starting him and keep giving him opportunities. But what are you really going to see? He's hurt also. I mean, I think the injury is legitimate, which I didn't know if it was or not before, but it is. But, Jared, this season is lost. If Titans fans have not made up their mind, I feel like it's like an election. I feel like everyone made up their mind 2 months ago, and the outcome was determined. The same way with the Titans. Like 4 or 5 games in, we knew. Whether you admit as a Titans fan you knew or not, you knew. You knew what you thought about Levis, about Callahan, about Rand Carthon. Maybe Callahan, and I'll give him the benefit of the doubt because he's not been here very long. He's a first-time head coach. All of those things. But you knew. If everyone looks in the mirror, they will tell themselves, yeah, I know. I knew it was bad, or I really think it's good. If you think it's good, I would ask you, point to the evidence to tell me it's good, because it's not. Chargers are better. Harbaugh's better. Herbert is obviously better. There's just not a lot going for this franchise right now. And the good news is you can turn it around in one draft or with one overhaul of GM, coach, everything. We've seen that time and again, but right now it's just not good.
Chad, to that point, I got really mad this week. You know, on Monday Night Football, we watched DeAndre Hopkins turn into the old DeAndre Hopkins. Then I haven't watched a second of Charger football this year, but Elijah Molden leads their team with 3 interceptions. Tierre Tart got a game ball. We've seen Malik Willis post a quarterback rating of 130 in Green Bay, come in here, turn into Michael Vick. Derrick Henry's probably going to run for 2,000 yards. It's a common thread, whether it's the best player on the team, Derrick Henry, or the worst player on the team, Malik Willis or Elijah Molden. Everybody leaves here and they go play better. And every time I bring that up, people have to give me excuses. Well, Willis is in the Packers, and that's a well-run team with Matt LaFleur. And DeAndre is on a good team with a good quarterback. And I'm like, why can't my team be the team with a good coach? Like, why can't Elijah Molden has 3 interceptions. Jamal Adams played 20 snaps. They gave away Elijah Molden for a 2026 7th-round pick so they could keep Jamal. What am I missing here? Why does nobody else see? This is a massive problem that Malik Willis wasn't even close to beating out Mason Rudolph, and he's better than both quarterbacks when he goes somewhere else.
Because this organization is bad. It's very bad. And I want all of your listeners to understand this right now. When you are a good organization, you let good players go right before they're about to spoil or they're about to get bad, right? I'll point to Albert Hainsworth, who I love. I'm a friend of Albert's. Love the guy. Titans knew, it's probably time. And he signed that huge contract with the Redskins, and he was terrible. And he wasn't the same the rest of his career. That was a good move. That's when the Titans knew what they were doing. The New England Patriots, which you covered at the start of your career, Jared, what did they do? They let guys go right before they were about to go down, and they were not going to be as productive. And Belichick knew when to make that happen. This team, and I cannot be more clear about this, they don't know. They have no clue. They think they know. They're guessing. They're throwing darts at a dartboard and hoping they're right. They're not. They've been right about very little. And I will continue to point to this. Tell me where they've been right over and over again. The record's not right. The development's not right. The roster isn't right. The quarterback isn't right. This team is off. It's bad. And the quicker people can accept that, the better it's going to be.
You talked about giving Callahan the benefit of the doubt, which I do understand to a certain extent. What about Levis? From the standpoint that I know Levis is better than Malik Willis. Malik Willis goes to an organization that knows what they're doing, and he looks like a legitimate quarterback. It would not surprise me, and we've seen Levis in spurts, last year, look like a guy with real potential. I mean, is there a possibility? The Titans went into this year with no right tackle. They spent $25 million on a receiver that can't catch. They don't have a starting tight end. Could it be that Levis is not the problem and that it's actually more so he's a symptom? Does he deserve some benefit of the doubt, Chad?
No, they're all problems. I mean, Levis is a guy who has 0 intangibles. Point to one thing that anyone liked about him in the draft other than his arm. I mean, did anyone say, like, oh, this guy's a good leader? Your boy, Matt Jones, came on your show and said he was cringe, right?
Yeah.
In talking to him. Like, I go back to watching him with Peyton Manning, and he was cringe the whole time. The Mayo commercials, his answers in press conferences. He's not a guy I'm going to follow. And I think about this in life or sports or anything. There are people you will follow, that you listen to them talk, that you stand and look them in the eye and you say, yeah, I can get behind that guy. Most college football coaches that I've met, at least there's an inkling in them that I think, yeah, I'd play for that guy. Or I get why he could go into a living room and convince an 18-year-old kid and his parents to come play for them. I've never felt that about Will Levis. I feel like he's a guy with great biceps, a good physique, a terrific arm that has 0 intangibles. I have stood by that since day one. I will continue to stand by it. Now, what's best for this team or organization? Let him go out there and fail. He's going to fail. It's going to happen. But everyone needs to see it. The front office needs to see it. The coaches need to see it. The fans need to see it. It's going to happen. Let nature take its course. And that will be Will Levis playing and not being good.
Chad Withrow with us on the program. Was it a bad thing that they won Sunday against New England? They dropped from pick 2 to 9. And again, I think if they can get 5 wins or something, they'll feel like that justifies bringing everybody back. Was it a bad thing that they beat that terrible Patriot team in overtime on Sunday?
Of course it was a bad thing. Of course. What does that win say? They won in overtime against Drake May and the Patriots. By the way, Drake May looked pretty good in clutch moments. I don't think I would say that about, obviously not Mason Rudolph, but definitely not Will Levis in the same spot. It was bad. they cost themselves a high draft pick. If it's Shedeur Sanders or if it's Cam Ward, or whoever it is, I don't love the quarterbacks in this draft, but the Titans have to identify either the quarterback or trading down, getting a plethora of picks for someone who does love one of the quarterbacks. That's the only way to rebuild this thing. They need to blow it up and rebuild. This is not maybe we can do this, this, and this and be okay. Jared, you know this. In the NFL, the Saints made this call. I saw Rodney Harrison on Football Night in America open the broadcast by saying the Saints should blow it up. Everyone in that organization needs to be fired. They need to start from ground zero. They need to get rid of the quarterback, start over with everyone. The next day, Dennis Allen's fired. They're all going to get fired. The Titans are probably in need of the same reset, quite frankly.
Chad Withrow, as always, from Outkick, joining us on the program, presented by Moments Peace Salon and Day Spa. The hot seat awaits, and that is next. Stillman and Company, 102.5 The Game. I love Fireball Cinnamon Whiskey. It goes down so smooth and it tastes so great. There's no better way to start your weekend and a night tonight than to do so with ice-cold Fireball Cinnamon Whiskey. Again, it goes down so smooth and it tastes so great. So if you are kicking off a weekend of celebration or you are enjoying a weekend of despair, whichever it may be, the party celebrator is Fireball Whiskey. Ignite the night. Please do it responsibly and be 21 years or older to enjoy. That's Fireball Cinnamon Whiskey. Stillman Academy, Chad Withrow with us from Outkick, presented by Moments Peace Salon and Day Spa. Chad, do you have a thought, or do you want to go right to the hot seat?
Jared, you know how much I love the hot seat, so let's get right to it.
Okay, number one, Florida AD Scott Strickland says Billy Napier will return as head coach in 2025. Is that a good move or bad move for the Florida Gators?
Well, it's a good move considering that his basketball coach has got a bunch of Title IX problems going on with harassing and stalking women all over Florida's campus. So I said this on Saturday. I don't know if it's good or bad. I think it's probably bad because my initial reaction is it's very good as a Tennessee fan and as a fan of the SEC that Billy Napier's back. That's good news for everyone else in the conference. So probably a bad move for him. But I called it on Saturday, second half of that game. He won his job back. They are much better than the start of the year. There's no denying it. They were good in Knoxville. They were really good against Kentucky. They were good against Georgia in a game where I think they win if DJ Lagway doesn't get hurt. And now they have a walk-on former Yale quarterback as the guy, and they can just write it off as we got a walk-on quarterback. So all those games we lost bad doesn't matter as much. And we saw improvement with Billy Napier. He held everyone together. And we got the number one quarterback in the country from 2 recruiting classes ago. So, yeah, I think that, he saved his job with that. Don't know that it's a good move, but I understand it if you're Scott Strickland, a guy who's likely to get fired whenever they hire a new president of Florida.
Yeah, I was going to say Scott Strickland may not be the AD much longer, to your point. All right, number 2. Who is the NFL's MVP?
NFL MVP right now is Lamar Jackson, I would say. I mean, I got to give Derrick Henry some props here also. Jared Goff is going to be in the mix, but I think right now it's Lamar Jackson. It's halfway through the season. It's still so early. I do believe that Patrick Mahomes, while he has not been great, is going to get his name in the conversation because the Chiefs will continue to be so good throughout the year. But if I'm picking someone right now, it's Lamar.
See, I keep hearing the name Jaden Daniels pop up, and I was surprised you didn't mention him.
I think there's 6 guys you can talk about right now for NFL MVP. I think it's Lamar Jackson, Derrick Henry, Jaden Daniels. I think Jared Goff is one of those guys. I think Mahomes will be one of those guys at some point. Is that 5 I'm at?
Yes.
Who am I missing right now for NFL MVP? That would be on that list. I think that's a pretty good list of 5 that I'm talking about right now.
Off the top of my head, I can't add anybody because I can't put Josh Allen in that discussion right now.
Josh Allen, I'll put Josh Allen in there.
He's high on the odds for sure. Yeah, Allen's high on the odds.
Josh Allen would be my 6. Yeah, but I'm giving it to Lamar right now. But I do think, look, it's easy to say right now. We can look at Vegas odds and all that. It's going to be one of those 6. If I'm leaning anyone right now, it's Lamar. But I think that Patrick Mahomes will have a say in this before all said and done.
Number 3, if the Bengals fail to make the playoffs, should they fire Zach Taylor? And if so, who should they hire?
It's a tough one because I don't find a lot of fault with Zach Taylor in this slip with the Bengals. So I'm not exactly sure, what route they should go. Here's who anyone should hire in the NFL. Like if they make a move, it's Mike Vrabel. I'm telling you, it's Mike Vrabel. Jared, you know this about the NBA. There are a ton of retread bad coaches in the NBA, right?
Sure.
And we see it some in the NFL. Mike Vrabel was not a bad coach. He got the Titans to heights they had rarely seen in his time here. He is respected by players because he was a great player. The guys play hard for him. I mean, the guys on this roster were better a year ago than they are right now. Mike Vrabel is a top-notch coach. That is going to be a top-notch hire from someone. Everyone wants to say, well, no one will hire him in this cycle. Well, that happens a lot of times. It takes a cycle for people to realize who they should hire. But I do think that Mike Vrabel is going to be a hot commodity whenever all of these jobs come open.
I also think that if Vrabel goes to a team that has a quarterback like Joe Burrow, then Joe can worry about playing quarterback and not coaching the team, which I think he's doing in Cincinnati. And Vrabel doesn't have to worry about building up the quarterback, which I'm not sure would be his strong suit.
Vrabel will love that. Like, Vrabel's never had that, right? So if he has a guy who's just a superstar quarterback that he knows is going to do what it takes and doesn't have to worry about, doesn't have to micromanage, I mean, that is great for Mike Vrabel to worry about the rest of the roster. I think that's an ideal situation.
How worried are you with Tennessee being ranked 7th in the college football playoff poll? How worried are you of a possible upset at the hands of Vanderbilt at the end of the year?
I mean, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't worried. Every Tennessee fan is worried about that because right now the likely scenario is Tennessee beats Mississippi State, they beat UTEP, and they play Vandy. They're going to lose to Georgia. They're going to play Vandy with that being the game to get them into a 9, 10, or 11 seed, let's say, in the college football playoff. And it's at Vandy, and Diego Pavia is a problem. Now, I'm far less concerned if Pavia is injured. And while on our show I took Vandy and wrong team favored for the second straight week, and I won last week at Auburn, if he's not 100%, and this is a team, and I looked at the numbers, they put up 418 yards against Bama. Since then, they've gone 290 against Kentucky, 262 against Texas, and like 222 or 227 against Auburn. Defenses in the SEC have figured this guy out, and they figured the Vandy offense out. So, in the fact he's hurt, not a good sign for Vandy's chances against Tennessee. But of course, with a guy who's a dog like that, everyone should be nervous. If he's close to 100%, that he's going to give Vandy a chance. But I do think that defenses have figured Vandy out. But Jared, here's the good news: in those 3 games I just mentioned, they're 2-1.
Yeah.
They went to Kentucky and won, and they beat Auburn because Clark Lee's defense played an outstanding game. So, yeah, it's going to be a huge challenge for Tennessee. I'm nervous about it.
Well, plus, doesn't it feel like when watching Vanderbilt since the Alabama game, every time they need it, like when it's 3rd and 6, they get 7. Like every time, and I know against Texas, they were about midfield, and I think it was 4th and 2 or 4th and 3, and they didn't get it. They threw the ball incomplete. But it just feels like with Pavia, even though they're not lighting up the scoreboard, it's like 3rd and 11, they get 12. It's unbelievable what they've been able to do. And then on top of it, there's something about the fact that this would be Vanderbilt's Super Bowl, to beat Tennessee, to knock them out of the playoff, to kind of cap the dream season. And that a guy like Pavia is the kind of guy that you don't want to play in that kind of situation. Similar to Joe Burrow.
I mean, it feels like it's already written, honestly, for Vandy. It does feel that way. Like it's the perfect script for them. Vandy is the king of, they can play 2 bad plays or even 3 bad plays and have 1 great play at the end of it. And like you said, get that 1 yard over it for the first down. I think Tennessee's kind of the opposite right now with Nico, right? They've been the team that they'll play 2 or 3 really good plays, and then 1 bad play will derail it, right? I thought Nico was great against Kentucky. I thought his receivers did not help him. That's been his best game as the starter. And on that last drive to put it away, he made some huge plays and some huge throws. So good for him. But it does feel like 2 different offenses in that Vandy can look subpar and get themselves into a 3rd and 12 or 3rd and 13, and Pavia finds a way to make that play and get the first down. Tennessee can get to 3rd and 2, 3rd and 3, and then play action pass and get sacked. They're the opposite on the back end of it, and that's why they're not finishing drives in the first half right now. It's been a big point of frustration, but yeah, I mean, any Tennessee fan that claims they have no anxiety about that, they're lying. They know that it's a possibility and that Vandy's a good team this year, and it's going to be a tough challenge to go to Nashville and win.
Alabama is favored at LSU. If Alabama doesn't win and loses at least 3 games this year, can Kalen DeBoer ever win the fans back?
He can by going to the national championship game the next year. I mean, that's the standard, right? Like, it's going to take a run, not just a playoff appearance, Jared, but a run in the playoffs for fans to get back in line with Kalen DeBoer. But this is such a huge game because I truly believe if he wins, then Bama fans are right back in because he ended Brian Kelly's year. This is a huge game for Brian Kelly. You are the senior authority in the conference right now against Kalen DeBoer. You win this game at home at night with everything in your favor. You're an underdog. You can sell that to your team. Go win this game. If he doesn't win, that's bad news, I think, for Brian Kelly. And for Kalen DeBoer, losing this game, it puts all the pressure on a playoff run next year.
If you had to win one game at quarterback in college football, who would you rather have, Cam Ward or Shedeur Sanders?
I'd rather have Cam Ward. Cam Ward has bailed out Miami's bad defense time and time again.
So have the refs,
I think he's been terrific. There's one moment, though, I want to point to, and I forget the game it was. It was on one of these late-night Colorado games where Shedeur Sanders handed off. I think it was in overtime against someone, maybe Baylor in that wild game, but handed off and then got in the scrum and shoved his running back on the read option into the end zone. And that's the first time I thought, man, this guy, he's not what people think. Like, yes, he sounds like the spoiled rich kid, which he is, but in interviews, but he gets after it. I mean, how many times has he been hit because his offensive line is terrible and he gets right back up? And he's in there pushing his running back behind the offensive line with defensive linemen all around him, playing that way. I like his toughness. I will say I've become more of an admirer of Shedeur Sanders this year because of that toughness he's shown.
Last one for you, Chad Withrow on the hot seat. What will the Titans' final record end up being?
Whew. It's the NFL. Someone's going to not show up. They might upset someone. Let's go 4-13 as the final record. 4-13. Final answer.
Do you think that keeps everybody in their jobs?
No, it shouldn't. And it won't. Rand Carthon will be gone and maybe Brian Callahan too.
Okay. Chad Withrow from Outkick, presented by Moments Peace Salon and Day Spa. Chad, great stuff. Enjoy the football this weekend and basketball tomorrow at noon. UT and Louisville. Enjoy that one as well.
Yeah, our alma maters going head to head. I have no idea what to expect. I know nothing about Louisville, and after watching Tennessee in one game, I know very little about this Tennessee team with transfers also. So should be an exciting game. Jared, have a great weekend.
Absolutely. We'll learn everything that we need to know by them in about 4 months. Okay. With that, we got to do our favorite segment, the Edge segment. The Edge segment's kind of fallen away a little bit ever since these Titan games have become less and less important because the team's bad. But we will do it next. Stillman and Company, 102.5 The Game. Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical. I love Hiller. They take great care of my home, and they can do the exact same for you. And Hiller is giving away cash for the holidays, and right now they're celebrating from now until the end of the year with special deals. Hiller wants to make sure every child experiences the joy of Christmas this year, so they're donating $50 in toys to Toys for Tots with every tankless water heater purchase, and giving away a $250 Visa gift card with each unit. Get a $500 Visa gift card when you buy select new HVAC systems, or get a $500 Visa gift card with the purchase of any new whole home generator. More details are online at happyhiller.com. As always, happy you will be, or the service is free. That's right. These deals are only available until the end of the year, so schedule today. That's Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical. Proud supporters of the Preds, the Vols, and Vandy. Hiller, call the Happy Face Truck today.
The Chargers seem to be building some momentum right now. How huge is Justin Herbert as a part of that with the offense there?
Yeah, he's one of the premier quarterbacks in our league. I mean, he's produced as such. He's paid as such. He's a fantastic player. Really enjoy watching him play the position. Enjoy the talent that he has. And we got to do a good job of making sure we can keep his explosives sort of bottled up. He's really good at getting the ball down the field. He's a good athlete. He's a good runner. He's a really, fantastic quarterback. There's really no other way to put it. So we got to work cut out for us there. And he's a huge reason why that team is in the position they're in, is because they're playing good defense and they have him at quarterback.
Goodness gracious, Brian Callahan, put your pants back on. Talking about Justin Herbert. Now, let me say this. I love Justin Herbert. I do. I wish Justin Herbert was my quarterback. And yet, once he signed a big contract, I kept saying, Justin Herbert has all the tools to be an elite quarterback, and he has the stats to be an elite quarterback, but he doesn't win enough to be an elite quarterback. And then I started to say to myself, it's kind of like what Phillip Rivers was there. It was like Phillip Rivers should have been an elite quarterback, but for some reason he wasn't. And then sometimes he was, but not all that often. So one of my favorite segments, and one of the segments that early in the year when we actually talked about the games, the Titans versus the Bears, the Titans versus the Packers, the Titans versus the Jets, before it now just came into, well, they're going to get drubbed, is the Who Has the Edge segment. I stole this from the Tennessean when I was a little kid. I used to read the paper on Sunday, and it would say, who had the edge? The Chargers are 7.5-point favorites on Sunday, but let's go through who has the edge in this game, and you tell me what you think the number should be. Quarterback. I'll go Chargers. Ian, stop me if you think any of these are crazy.
Okay.
Quarterback, Chargers.
Yep.
Running back, I'd say even.
I agree.
Tony Pollard is 142 for 622. J.K. Dobbins, 126 for 620. So 2 less yards for Dobbins on basically 20 less carries and 3 more touchdowns for J.K. Dobbins. I'd say even. Wide receivers, Chargers. Ladd McConkey has more yards than Calvin Ridley, and the Chargers have 4 guys over 200 yards receiving. The Titans have 1. The Chargers have McConkey, Palmer, Johnston, and Disley over 200 yards. You have Ridley over 200 yards. I have to go pass catchers, edge, Chargers. Offensive line, Chargers. Rashawn Slater, Joe Alt. I don't need to say anything more. Defensive line, I said even. Simmons is probably the best player amongst the 2 teams in terms of defensive linemen. And Khalil Mack and Joey Bosa are no longer Khalil Mack and Joey Bosa. They still have the names, but they're probably not the same players. But the rotational guys like Poona Ford, for instance, are better than your guys like Tavondre Sweat. So I think it's even. Although Sebastian Joseph Day, former Charger, he will be one of the Titans team captains.
Revenge
on Sunday.
game.
He's been pretty good. He's been pretty good. Linebackers, Chargers. Henley and Perriman are both 2 solid inside backers, which is better than just Kenneth Murray. And I don't know if I'm watching the same game as the Titans coaches, because the Titans coaches talk about Jack Gibbons like, oh, he was so good. We wanted to put Jerome Baker out there, but we couldn't because Jack Gibbons was so good. I just don't know what else we could do. And I'm like, I did not see that on Sunday out of Jack Gibbons. In fact, I feel like when Jack Gibbons is out there for the Titans, instead of Ernest Jones, who I did really like, when Jack Gibbons is out there, I feel like the Titans are playing with 10 on defense. So edge to the Chargers. Defensive backs, Christian Fulton is doubtful for the Chargers. L'Jarius Sneed is out for the Titans. Defensive backs, edge, Chargers. They have Asante Samuel Jr. He's really good. They have Derwin James. He's really good. And Elijah Molden has 3 interceptions for the Chargers. Amani Hooker did have 2 picks last week. But again, your corners are Baker and Brownlee and McCreary and
Yeah, if the Titans had, Snead and Awuzie and Diggs back, you'd probably give them the edge. And maybe if they had DeAndre Hopkins, it'd be maybe a wash and wide receiver, but you're missing all your good players.
the edge in defensive backs with those three guys when the other team has Derwin James and Asante Samuel Jr.
If you had Snead, Awuzie, and Diggs and Hooker, yeah, maybe with McCreary and Brownlee, and they don't have Fulton, it'd be close. Derwin James is a safety.
Yeah, but Derwin James is really good.
Yeah, but it's not like he's covering anybody.
Asante Samuel is really good.
Okay. Yeah, him and Snead are probably comparable.
I don't know. Snead's got this mysterious quad injury that nobody seems to know.
Well,
what's
because
wrong
he's
with
not
him.
playing. If he was in, they'd be a wash.
Yeah, although Snead's last game. Special teams, edge Chargers. Do I need to go in depth on this one?
Who's no, they got Cameron Dicker,
Dicker
the kicker. Yeah, no, it's probably fair.
I mean, again, you cannot tell me that the Titans have anything less than the 32nd special teams unit in the NFL. I'm sorry. They can't return punts. They can't return kicks. They fumble punts. They fumble kicks. They can't cover punts.
I mean, it's hard to
I'm
give
not
the
sure they
Titans
really
edge
cover
in
kicks.
special teams against anybody.
Right. They can kick it. But again, I think Dicker's probably a better kicker than Folk, although Folk is probably more
Probably a
accurate.
wash.
But that's all you got. Special teams edge to the Chargers. And coaching, Jim Harbaugh versus Brian Callahan, edge to the Chargers. So of 8 categories that are out there, the Chargers have the edge in 6. They're even in 2, and the Titans don't have the edge in a single category. And you don't think any of those are crazy, Ian?
I can't say crazy. No. I mean, some
and the
of
line's
them.
only 7.5.
What do you mean only?
The Titans have to fly all the way across the country. They're going to play the quarterback who's averaging 130
The Chargers don't
yards
score a lot
passing
of
game.
points. So
Doesn't matter. The Titans turn the football over too much. The Chargers turn you over too much. And they're playing at home. The Chargers have about 9 guys that played on the Titans that probably want to get a
home
revenge
field
game
advantage
in
for the
there.
Chargers won't matter.
Could you imagine? Well, but it matters that the Titans have to fly out there. The Titans are never good out in LA. The Titans have never won in San Diego or Los Angeles outside of when they beat the Rams that one time. They have never won there my entire Titan fandomhood, which does include a playoff game quarterbacked by Vince Young. I will say this. If I was Vegas, I would set the line at Chargers 12.5.
I mean, 7.5 is pretty big for an NFL game. Considering the over-under, which we'll get to in 6-pack picks, is also very low.
I'm just telling you, I'd set it 12.5 simply because the Chargers are going to die. Like the Chargers are on paper dominant compared to the Titans on Sunday. But hey, that's why we play the game, and the Titans are hell-bent on proving everybody that they're actually good, and so we'll go from there. We'll pick it next. 6-pack picks are coming up. Stillman and Company, 102.5 The Game. Time for 6. World.
Yeah, you got Ohio State, you got Vandy, you got Kentucky, and you got the Vikings. You missed the Packers and you missed the Titans, 17-13. So you missed it by half a point.
Oh, God, I thought about that when it
3.5.
happened.
Yeah. So 4-2. Season total is now 32-27-1.
32-27-1. That's good. But
That's
a
pretty
bad
good,
week
yeah.
could put us in some serious trouble. So with that, let's get right to it.
Ah, yes, the new college football music.
That music will never not stay.
We start with probably the best game of the week. Maybe not, but number 3, Georgia at number 16, Ole Miss. It's a 2:30 ABC game. You can hear it also right here on 102.5 The Game. Over under of 54.5. Georgia is -2.5.
Oh my God, I'll take Georgia. I put up on the stream 4 fingers in each hand saying 8. If the number was 8 or less, this was going to be easy to pick Georgia. If it was more, I'd pick Ole Miss. This ain't going to be close. Georgia is going to blow them out. Sorry, no thank you on Ole Miss. I think they're pretenders. I think Georgia is for real. They proved it at Texas. I'll take the Bulldogs. Give it to me. And I think this is almost free money at -2. I mean, put me in. Give me the Dogs.
Okay, that brings us to our second game. 5-3 South Carolina coming to town against 6-3 Vandy. 3:15 SEC Network, also over on 94.9 The Fan. Over under 45.5. South Carolina is -6.
Am I to believe that South Carolina is only favored by a touchdown because they beat the crap out of A&M last week? Like, is there anything else about South Carolina's season that is to make me think that South Carolina is supposed to be good? I don't think so.
I'm not sure.
So what does that mean South Carolina is going to be? They were on national TV, the ABC primetime game. They smoked A&M. They're a touchdown favorite against Fat and happy. And they've got a goofball as a head coach in Shane Beamer. I think this is give me Diego. I am not betting against Diego Pavia. Give me Pavia. Give me the Commodores. And I think Vanderbilt will win outright.
Okay, that brings us to the night game, 6:30 ABC, and you can hear that game also on 94.9 The Fan. Number 7, Alabama at number 15, LSU. 58.5, pretty high on the over-under. Bama is -2.5.
You know, I really don't like both teams, and I really don't like both quarterbacks. I will take LSU. And I will take LSU because over the last couple of years, LSU's gotten better as the season's gone on. I know they lost to A&M the other week, and I know that Garrett Nussmeier, I think, is a pretender, not a real quarterback. But what I will tell you is this. I don't think Kalen DeBoer is running a tight ship at Alabama. And I think this is going to be the kind of loss that Kalen DeBoer, they'll give him another chance next year. Obviously, you know, he's making too much money for them not to. But it's going to be hard to win the fans back when they lose this. But they will. I'll take LSU.
Okay, we move over. Oh, wrong music. Wrong CBS. Sorry about that. I was like,
we got a Big Ten game on here?
We were just talking about that. Maybe I had a Freudian slip.
How my Ducks are doing, by the way.
So, I don't know. Let's see. Our first NFL game this week should be a good one. 6-2 Steelers at the 7-2 Commanders. Noon, CBS, also on 94.9 The Fan. Over under 44.5. Washington is -2.5.
I'll take the Commanders. I'm riding the Jaden Daniels train. That's a team that is well put together, and they haven't really beaten anybody that's all that good. And the Steelers with Tomlin, they're always going to be good. So I'm not convinced by any stretch of the imagination, but I'm going to ride the hot hand. Give me Jaden Daniels.
Good Sunday night game. 7-1 Lions at the 6-3 Texans. Over 720 NBC. 48.5 over under. Detroit, you didn't hear the number 4. Detroit -4.
It could be Detroit -10, and I take it. I made the mistake last week of saying, Detroit, they haven't gone on the road, played outdoors this year. Every game they played at Arizona, they played at the Rams, they played at the Colts. They had just played indoor. until last week. It was raining at Lambeau Field, so I figured they'd win or they'd lose, and they smoked them. Detroit's for real, and I'm not sure Houston is. So I'll take the Lions. That is a good game, though.
All right, the Titans are on Fox this week. 2-6 Titans.
What's the deal with all these AFC Titan games on Fox?
Missed the good old days. 2-6 Titans at the 5-3 Chargers. 305 on Fox. Tied for the lowest over/under of the week. 38.5. Chargers.
The Giants and Panthers. Is that the other one that has 38.5?
You know what? I didn't see the one that I saw was Bears Patriots.
It's gonna be bad.
So I didn't see I might have missed that one, the Germany game. That might have been like 40 or something. But the Chargers are -7.5.
I'll take the Chargers. I think it's going to be a close game for the first half. I think the Chargers will go into the locker room up 10-7. And then I think, as we have seen all year, the Titans get blown out in the second half. I'll go Chargers 31, Titans 7. 31-7 final is my prediction. That'll do it for us. The award-winning pregame show, 9:30 on Sunday morning. Jake and TD are next.